morning, ladies and gentlemen. That sounds more like a thank you so much. Yeah, I don't want to sound like I'm alone ever. But thank you so much. Thank you for gracing us with your presence. My name is Prudence Mnube. I'm going to be a master of ceremony today. But welcome to an event that is actually So I'd like to officially welcome on stage somebody that is going to officially open the program, the chairperson of the BMF Enterprise Development Committee, Ms. Nomsa Simelane. Please give her a round of applause. Is she here now? Right, now while we wait for her, she is coming, I promise. But while we wait for her, I'd just like to highlight the fact that as we gather here, it is not just to reflect, but it is also to act, to drive meaningful change, and to unlock opportunities. So the driving questions that you have about SMME growth, I know we have a lot of conversations about how to bridge the gap between the community SMMEs and economic growth, but as well, the bigger question is funding. So we are going to have panelists that are going to assist us in actually driving the conversation of where funding can be accessed. And luckily for us today, I know it doesn't happen on a lot of events, we actually have people that are responsible and are decision makers when it comes to funding. So I'd like us to actually, if we have any questions for the event, write them down and make sure that you keep them with you so that you're able to ask the relevant questions to the relevant people. Now, is Nomsa here yet? All right, so please give her a round of applause as she makes her way on stage.
Good morning. Good morning. Much better. My name is Nomsa Simelane. I'm the BMF chairperson for Enterprise Development. I have been given a mandate by the president of the BMF for running the KPI of one of his deliverables. Honorable Minister, Maropin Ramfuba in absentia, Advocate Melanchthon Makobe, Deputy Director General at STEM Princess Krista Sebetsa Mpuke, the President of the BMF, leadership from BMF, leadership from Sanlam and Santam, our distinguished guests, panelists, entrepreneurs, partners, played a big role to assist us with the event. Metato Mukhotu, I would like to thank him, and the CEO of Sinayo Group. You can see we've got gift bags from Sinayo Group in partnership with us. It is both an honor and a responsibility to officially open today's program, an occasion that is more than a gathering. It is a bold declaration, a declaration that the time for rhetoric is over, and the time for real transformation led by empowered SMMEs is now. Today, we stand on the shoulders of entrepreneurs who wake up each day not just to survive, but to build, to innovate, and to employ. They are builders of local economies, the pioneers of new industries, and the unsung heroes of job creation in our country. In fact, over 60% of employment in South Africa comes from SMMEs. But despite this critical role, SMMEs remain locked out of majority supply chains, underfunded, and overregulated. This is not only an economic inefficiency, it is a national crisis. Our vision as the Enterprise Development Committee is clear. We want a South African where small businesses are not seen as charity or compliance tools, but as economic powerhouses, job creators, and drivers for inclusive prosperity. The event, in partnership with our anchor collaborators Sanlam and Santam, is designed to connect the dots between SMMEs and capital, between entrepreneurs and procurement pipelines, between vision and viable partnership. We will speak the truth today. We will share the stories of resilience, and we will commit, not in theory, but in action, to building ecosystems that work for and with entrepreneurs. To our partners in government, the private sector, and the development finance, this is your moment to go beyond scorecards. Invest not in optics, but in opportunity. To the entrepreneurs in the room, you are not beneficiaries, you are builders. You are not the future, you are the now. Let today be a catalytic turning point. Let today echo our shared intent to unlock the power of SMMEs, to reignite the engine of job creation, and to drive a new era of inclusive economic growth in South Africa. With that, I declare the Empowering SMMEs for Inclusive Growth event officially open. Let's build boldly, let's build together. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Ms. Nomsa. That was very brilliant. And I think it's very important to actually take note that as an entrepreneur, like you said, we are not beneficiaries. And I know when such events happen, we tend to think that big businesses, people that have been in the game for a very long time, are here to give us something, right? And it's very important to recognize as an entrepreneur that you are also part of the game, and this is just your beginning. So your connections are actually your profit, and they're actually your money. So it's important for you to understand that your presence here is more important than anything. Thank you so much. Please give her a round of applause again. That was amazing. Now to move on to the next level, I'm going to ask you to welcome the president of the BMF, which is Mr. Mpho. Mr. Mpho, please make your way on stage. Please give him a round of applause because he is the reason why we're here today. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My venue is not full yet. What's going on now, sir? Colleagues, let me take this opportunity in absentia to say to the Minister in the Presidency, Ms. Marupini, who's not here, just something emergency just had to happen in Cape Town. But we're in good hands. He sent the Deputy Director General, Advocate Makobe, to be here with us and make sure that he will be able to give us the speech. Let me take this opportunity also to thank the former President Babu Spear for being here all the time and supporting us, and take this opportunity to thank the MD of the BMF for being here, and also thank Sesnomsa, who is the one who is running the enterprise development of BMF. Thank you very much for organizing this. She had sleepless nights to organize this. By continuing with honoring, let me take this opportunity to welcome Your Royal Highness for being here. Princess Mputle is also here with us. She's sitting somewhere. Oh, she's here. We need to recognize our traditional leaders, right? And we thank for that. And she's not just in J. Royal Highness, but she's also a businesswoman in her own right, an entrepreneur in her own right. Let me take this opportunity to also say to the CEO of NEF, thank you very much for honoring us. You are the one who made this room full. People want the 100 billion. Right? The last time we had a very brilliant conversation, and what I realized is that majority of people also take this opportunity, colleagues, to thank the leadership of Sanlam and Santam Seslebo. You are somewhere here, and the head of transformation is also here. Thanks, ma'am, for hosting us, also sponsoring us. This venue is sponsored by them, and also some gifts that they also gave us. But also take this opportunity to thank Dr. Windingwe is here. Thank you very much, sir, for honoring us. And Jordan is here from Sosfin. And the panelists, I think we've got a lot of panelists that are going to be here. Let me take this opportunity to thank you for being here. So we're going to have a very lovely day today. People are going to learn. People are going to close businesses. People are going to get funding today here. People are going to... Now we're starting to talk. So those who work with me closely, they'll tell you I don't talk a lot, I act. So I brought people here to make sure that you can talk to the relevant people. You must move here having the CEO of NEF's number. Make sure that he must give you some of the monies when we leave. Colleagues, I know the people who are here, also entrepreneurs who are full here, professionals who are here. Thank you very much for taking time to come. I hope we are not going to waste your time. It's going to be a very wonderful day that you are also going to learn, but at the same time, very impactful that your businesses are going to grow from here moving forward. But maybe let me just give you a background a little bit as to where we are here. And I was talking to the former president just now to say we are occupying a space that was occupied by other people who stopped a little bit. We've got a problem of unemployment rates that is so alarming and which is increasing on a daily basis. And that thing, it's a problem. Let me tell you why. Because it also leads to other social illnesses and social problems that we have, like crime, right? If you're staying in some high halls, it's just a matter of time that people are going to get into your house somehow, because they need food and they need to survive. So it is very imperative that we need to be able to hold hands with the government in terms of eradicating or also lessening this problem that we have of unemployment. So as the BMF, we took a stand. We said we can't just sit there and say professionals who becomes unemployed every day and be fired at the work where they work. We can't say professionals of graduates who are graduating every day, but they find themselves without jobs. We can't say professionals, and these people are not working. Young professionals are finishing, and they stay for 5-6 years without any employment. We've got a problem. Our economy is not growing at the rate as we want it to grow. That's the fact. And the other aspect is that the population growth is now surpassing the economic growth. It's a challenge. Now, as the BMF, we told ourselves and say, one of the pillars is to make sure that we tackle this issue of unemployment head on. Now, tackling it head on is not to just talk about it as a talk shop, but is to make sure that we create an enterprise development that is going to be very effective to assist the government. So, CEO of NEF, bring some money, let's help you to distribute this money to other people. So, colleagues, but what we have as an issue is to say, one of the other reasons is to say, for the past 30 years, since we got the democracy that we have, and now we are on 31st, right? 31. We've been crying for inclusivity. And I think we have made strides in terms of making sure that blacks can be included, and the EE, because we are custodians of the Employment Equity Act and the BBBE. But the problem with also that as we move forward is that it's now time to own the means of production. Until we come to the level where the economy looks like us, then it's very useless of what we're doing. So we are saying today as the BMF is to say, we want people to own businesses, to move from small businesses to medium, to move from medium businesses to become corporation. As the MD likes to say, it says corporatization. So you need to have your own corporates that are going to run. We need to have industrialists that are sitting here and employ. By the way, government does not have a choice. It's the highest employer in South Africa. Now we need to reduce some of that. And the only thing to do that is when SMMEs are funded, but SMMEs can be able to be supported properly. I was told there's a case study by one person who came from Germany recently, and says Germany are taking it very serious, the issue of innovation, the issue of SMMEs. They've got a hub of that they're housing about 70 SMMEs just for innovations. And they are pushing them harder in terms of financing them, but giving them support so that they can be able to grow and they can be able to start employing. Once we can support SMMEs properly, and they can run properly. So because we are BMF, we stand for ethical businesses that are run properly, that comply with all our legislation, that will pay the taxes, which will be able to contribute on our economy to grow. So what we're saying is to say, as the BMF, that's what we are going to support. Whoever we are going to house on our enterprise development will be properly, the businesses that are going to be properly managed and supported, but are also emphasizing the aspect of ethical leadership. So colleagues, with that being said, this is the vision that we have for the next coming 3 years. We're hoping unemployment when I left after 3 years will be done and complete, and we won't have it. If we still have it empty at second term. So yeah, it needs to reduce. Colleagues, with that being said, I just want to take this opportunity and say welcome and please enjoy yourself today. It's a fully packed and we've called you relevant people who knows their story, who can take decisions now. They don't have to go and consult whoever. So let's make sure that we take this opportunity to grow our businesses. Thank you very much.
I should move a little closer. I really should move a little closer. Please give him a round of applause if you while I'm being the master of ceremony, I'm doing. Oh, thanks. Oh, thank you. No, but while I'm being the master of ceremony, I'm doing crisis management. Almost with events, it happens. But thank you so much. Please do give him a round of applause. That was a very, very comprehensive explanation of the reason why we're here. I hope we're all clear now. Any confusion? No mistake. Thank you so much. That was brilliant. I think as an upcoming SMME, I think I actually pride myself in coming to these events. I ensure that in the father somewhere, somehow, and I think that's what inspiring and visionary entrepreneurs should be doing. Right? I think, do we have any entrepreneurs in the room? Yes, ooh, okay. Thank you. And we must admit, right, the jungle of entrepreneurship is a lot. It is a lot. And if you don't connect yourself appropriately, and if you don't find the right people, we really appreciate it for that. I don't think that just being here for me is enough. You know, even if not much is going to be said, I'm going to get some numbers. I heard there's 1 million somewhere, somehow. So I'm going to make sure that I actually get my share of that. But other than that, thank you so much. Now, at this time, it is also a great honor to receive a keynote address from a distinguished national leader, an advocate for economic development and inclusive planning, the Minister in the Presidency for Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation, Honorable Moropenda Ramogopa, which I've also been told, right, by my beautiful team that he wasn't able to make it here today, but, oh, she's sorry, wasn't able to make it here today, but we're a representative. Luckily for us, they didn't live in Chinese school. Ladies and gentlemen, I wasn't aware who the representative is, but please give them a round of applause. It's a surprise. Thank you so much, Ms. Lomsa.
We apologize, ladies and gentlemen. So the minister had to run some errands, and he bestowed us upon one of his leaders and she. Education, you see. So she actually asked one of her leaders, her executives, to come on her behalf so that they can give us a fruitful, fulfilling position with regards to her office. So I won't waste time. I would like to introduce Advocate There's a name, lunchtime. For those that are aspiring to have kids, lunchtime. He is the director, he's the Deputy Director General of state-owned entities at DPME. So, Advocate, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much. I thought I was going to get some music as well. Like the program director, so the music will say do 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 do, and then she will walk from the back. So thank you very much, program director, the president of the Black Management Forum, Ntate Mpho, Mtsi, the DMF board, and the executive leadership led by the MD, the Sanlam, who are our hosts this morning, led by the Chief Transformation Officer, Me Thandeka Gambule, Her Royal Highness, Princess Mbutle, ladies and gentlemen, let me also not forget the former president of the BMF, Ntate Sibiya. Good morning. Let me first extend the apology of the Honorable Minister, who could not be with us this morning because of other pressing commitments, and I'm here to represent the Minister. I'm honored to address this august gathering today, which really highlights the central role of the SMMEs in the growth and development of local and global economies. It's actually a privilege to speak to a galaxy of entrepreneurs. I think it's millions around here. Let me also acknowledge the work of the Black Management Forum, your role in advancing for the transformation of the South African economy. Your efforts cannot go unnoticed. In this regard, the BMF Women Empowerment Desk and the SMME Desk are further evidence of the forum's transformative focus to mainstream previously marginalized communities. I must indicate, ladies and gentlemen, that this aligns with our government's focus of mainstreaming women, youth, and persons with disabilities in order to achieve inclusive growth and substantive development. SMMEs, ladies and gentlemen, are a catalyst for change and cannot be left behind in interventions which seeks to achieve broad prosperity. In actual fact, according to the study that was made by the World Bank, SMEs represent 90% of businesses and provide more than 50% of employment globally. So you are actually playing a very big role in the economy, and you should applaud yourself for that. These numbers increase further when the informal sector is included. Ladies and gentlemen, we are 1 year into the government of the national unity in the 7th administration of the South African government. And we continue to work, indeed, with renewed optimism and a shared commitment by all of the political parties represented in the GNU to accelerate development and efforts of building a nation that works for all. We are indeed very mindful that this optimism needs to be met by the implementation of reforms. So we have to undertake reforms as government, and we are making that commitment that indeed there has to be reforms, but also most importantly, that there is accelerated inclusive growth. And this is, ladies and gentlemen, especially true when considering the current unemployment rate in our country. And I think the President has also indicated on the issue of the unemployment. And I've heard you that you're not taking the second term if it doesn't go down. In this context, our government is committed to the successful implementation of reforms and plans and to support measures which truly enable SMMEs to be catalyst for countries' economic growth and transformation. Transforming and reducing barriers for SMME is a major component of the medium-term development plan 2024 to 2029, which is actually a blueprint which guides the work of the 7th administration of the South African government. There are 3 strategic priorities that we have identified in terms of the MTBP. Number 1, driving inclusive growth and job creation. So the issue of job creation is indeed a focus of the 7th administration. The second focus is to reduce poverty and tackle the high cost of living. But in order for us to achieve that, we have to build a capable, ethical, and developmental state. And I must indicate, President, that the issue of ethical leadership is an issue that is a cornerstone for us as PME. And we are saying, let us be ethical. And the entrepreneurs that are here, let us do our business ethically. Because ethic is what we need. Honesty is what we need in our country. So I was quite elated when you actually emphasize the issues of ethical leadership, the issue of corruption-free society, and the issue of having entrepreneurs being able to do their work ethically and corruption-free. Is indeed possible to do that. So through the MTTP, we are ensuring that all of government is aligned and implements plans to create an enabling environment to unlock the potential and enhance support for the SMME. We cannot accelerate economic growth, and we are the first to admit, and we cannot have development in our country while our SMMEs are hindered. We are the first as government to admit that. And to address this challenge, government is prioritizing the reduction of red tape to support an enabling environment for these enterprises. That's why I said one of our priorities is to ensure that we have a capable state that is not going to be boggled down by bureaucracy, but it will be a functional state. So we are going to indeed do that. We are also focusing on realizing the economic and social transformation, focusing on the SMMEs, cooperatives, and village enterprises, especially those that are owned by women, youth, and persons with disabilities. Last year, His Excellency, the President of the Republic of South Africa, President Ramaphosa, signed into law the National Small Enterprise Amendment Act, which aims to broaden the participation in the economy by a greater number of South Africans. In addition to reviewing the legislation affecting SMMEs, government is committed to reduce the regulatory burdens on small and informal businesses. If we want you to thrive, we must have a legislative framework that enables you to thrive, not a legislative framework that will be a burden on you and not be able to do what you need to do. So we are indeed doing that as government. As South Africa continues to preside over the G20 under the overarching theme of solidarity, equality, and sustainability, we will advance an inclusive and sustainable global economy and prioritize the inclusion and support for SMMEs. In actual fact, as part of the program of the G20 presidency, we have partners with the International Trade Center to actually hold the first ever global SMME ministerial meeting, which will take place from the 22nd to the 24th of July 2025 at the Kruger National Park. And it will actually focus on how small and medium enterprises can drive economic transformation in the different countries that will be here. And we will do that by enabling access to finance, digital connectivity, and green transition. In actual fact, President, as you had said, the issue of funding is quite critical. And I've seen in the program that there is indeed an item that talks about the funding. And I hope the think tanks and those financial gurus will have innovative ways to make sure that our SMMEs are properly funded. So we'll rely on you and we'll keenly be looking at that to ensure that there is access to finance. Because great ideas are not coming to fruition because there's no funding for it. So let's provide that funding, but I call upon you to also be innovative in that particular funding. Recently, the Minister attended the 4th International Conference on Financing for Development in Seville, Spain, hosted by the United Nations and the Spanish government. This gathering of governments, business, financial institutions, and civil society emphasized the urgent need for an enabling environment to drive inclusive growth and to accelerate development. The issues of the SMME also were discussed in that Financing for Development conference that the Minister has actually attended. And some of the outcomes from that international conference is that we need to integrate the informal sector in a socially inclusive way and make sure that they are part of the formal economy in line with the country's circumstances. But also importantly, that we need to reduce structural constraints, barriers, and systematic inequalities which prevent the access of SMMEs to finance. I know the issue of finance is an elephant in the room. Yeah, that yes, it really shows I'm in the right track, indeed. So we should also ensure that SMMEs in developing countries have the necessary financial resources to participate effectively in international trade. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, South Africa is in a pivotal phase as we are in the final push to meet the targets of the National Development Plan, Vision 2020, and the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. We are also in a time where the optimism that we have felt in the country over the past year threatens to reverse if reforms do not materialize. So I must indicate as government, we are committed to reforms and we will ensure that there are reforms so that there is indeed economic growth. In this context, government is committed to building a conducive environment for SMMEs. I've talked about legislative developments in that regard, but also funding in that regard. I'm happy, CEO of NEF, you are here, and I believe your checkbook is open this morning. And also to play an effective role as catalyst for inclusive growth and transformation of our society. As we observe International SMME Day, let us collectively work to ensure that these enterprises become drivers for sustainable growth and development. As various stakeholders in society, let us work together to unlock potentials of SMME and to realize our goal of a nation that works for all. I grew up in the dusty street of a village which even GPS does not recognize, called Amasimona. And we have been surviving through SMMEs. And many of us have that particular background. And the people in the villages, in the townships, are actually reliant on the SMMEs. So you are playing a very great role. And we need to see these SMMEs moving forward. Thank
you so much, Advocate. That was the DDG for SOE Government Assurance and Performance. Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause. I think when our older generation, says that, no, I grew up, in the dusty streets, I made it, and I'm not one of those people, I'm the younger generation, and thanks to you, because without you paving the way for us, we wouldn't be able to say, hey, we don't know the struggle, But thank you so much. Another round of applause. I think it's very important to actually take note that a path was paved for us, right? When I was in my varsity days, I used to do a lot of political campaigns, and I used to say, hey, the government doesn't do anything. The government doesn't do anything. And I realized when I started working for the government in the Free State that they actually are doing something. They have these meetings and they create these platforms. And it's up to us as entrepreneurs to actually provide solutions and say, okay, available. So I think it's very important to actually also know that these red tapes sometimes are not there, they're there to actually say, what solution are you bringing to the table, right? How can you better yourself and put yourself in a position where you are fundable, right? Us as SMMEs, we just want to be funded. We want that money, but we don't want to put in the work to be compliant. We don't want to put in the work to research the industries. And I think thank you so much for actually providing us with that. Right, without wasting any further time, there's a lot I can say about partnerships. There's a lot I can say about collaborations. And if today you don't walk away with anything, at least walk away with a network where you know that you can partner and collaborate in order to build bigger projects so you can access funding. the family conversation won't stop today, but without wasting any further time, I'd like to welcome on stage a beautiful lady who I've chatted with since morning. She's been helping me with risk management, and she's the reason why this event is actually possible. Our partner for the BFF, which is Sanlam and Santam, ladies and gentlemen, please put a big round of applause because she's sitting at the back. Until she makes her way here, we must respect the people with value. Yeah. Until she makes her way here, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Ms. Tanyega.
The mission to empower generations to be more financially confident, secure, and prosperous. For over 100 years, we've seen the impact of enabling and empowering millions of people across Africa to live with a life-changing confidence, financial confidence. This empowers people to protect the ones they love and the things they own. And whether they have a lot, a little, or somewhere in between, they can always grow to reach new potential. Everything we do is guided by this mission. So all our clients can live knowing today will be a good day and tomorrow will be even better.
DDG for SOE Governance, Assurance, Performance, Advocate Mugobe, Her Royal Highness Princess Christas Sibetsaba Mbutle, President of the Black Management Forum, Mr. Mpho Mzee, esteemed guests, valued partners, Sanlam and Santam colleagues, a warm welcome to you all. It is a privilege for me to join you today under the theme of empowering SMEs for inclusive growth. As the Chief Transformation Officer here at Sanlam, my role is for socio-economic transformation that aims to be converted into real impact, not just statements of intent. And we want to do this through enterprise development, supply chain enhancements, as well as youth-focused economic partnerships. Here at Sanlam, for us, transformation is not just about compliance or targets. It is a deliberate and inclusive process of addressing the structural changes that need to be addressed within our country. And we are proud to say that Sanlam is a strategic partner and sponsor of South Africa's presidency for the B20 and the G20 this year. Our group CEO, Mr. Paul Hanratty, is the chair of the B20 Employment and Education Task Force. And this is a critical role that comes at an inflection point for both South Africa as well as the world. The task force itself is focused on reshaping the global agenda around inclusive labor markets, entrepreneurship, sustainable and inclusive growth. We must invest in SMMEs, our young people. So this morning I'd like to share a few programs that us as a Sanlam Group are embarking on, because we see this as an opportunity for us to have impact that is actionable. So I'll start with our first, and SunParks partnership goes to the root of where the help is needed in our rural communities. It enables the SMMEs in and around our parks through not only just business information support, but we actually do proper funding, which is a key word for today. So we support these SMMEs in and around our national parks, and so far we have disbursed about 21 million rand to over 98 businesses, 33% of whom are women-owned and 35% whom are youth-owned. The second approach that we have is really a systematic one through our 104 Plus SMME funding. We have seed funded this solution, and we hope for it to be a partnership between not just ourselves, but as well as our corporate partners. For this solution, again, we are not just talking about support and mentorship. We are very instrumental in providing funding. And so far, we have dispersed about 100 million rand to over 6 SMMEs, creating 36 new jobs. Third, we are reimagining the youth pipeline through our Youth for Tourism and Youth for Business initiatives, because we understand no economy can grow if our youth are not included. We launched this Youth for Tourism initiative through the YES program, which is an arm of the DTIC. And it was launched about nearly 2 years ago out of research that tells us that the real growth in our economy lies in our tourism industry. We then said we will connect these youth by training them through various skills in photography and videography, assisted them to get their equipment such as cameras and videos, and assisted them to start their own businesses. So today, we're proud to say that we've got about over 1,000 youth that have gone through this process, have started their businesses, and are actually working in our economies. But we want to deepen our entrepreneurial growth, and through our University of Western Cape partnership, we have the UWC Fellowship Program. This program is run by the Center for Entrepreneurship and Innovation at UWC, and it was powered for the first time by Sanlam. And here we provide youth with practical training, of which one of the outcomes is the NQF Level 5 accredited training. They get ongoing one-on-one training as well as mentorship with business people, and we provide them with post-incubation support. So it is a holistic approach that helps young entrepreneurs build not only valuable businesses, but resilient, long-lasting ones. And through the Sanlam Foundation SMME programs, we are also committed to empowering SMMEs by enhancing market access, driving job creation, and boosting revenue, promoting long-term sustainability. One such program that we run is through the Ribasadi ESD program. It supports Black-owned businesses across South Africa. It comprises of 3 projects. The first one being Masake, Let's Build, which is really focused around entry-level programs for entrepreneurs in the early stages. Second is Siyala, which means we are growing, and this one focuses on SMMEs who are in the growth phase. And Asindis, which is Let Us Fly, is for businesses that are in the acceleration stage to get them ready for funding. And so with these programs, they reflect for us as Sanlam a simple but powerful truth that inclusive growth is not only possible, it is essential. But it won't happen just by magic. It will not happen by default. It has to be intentionally designed, it has to be boldly funded, and relentlessly pursued. For us as a purpose-led organization as Sanlam, we exist to empower generations to be financially confident, secure, and prosperous. We are choosing to be part of the solution. But we know that transformation on a scale in South Africa cannot be achieved by us as Sanlam alone. It requires policy coherence and leadership. It requires capital innovation and courage from the private sector, as well as vision and partnership through platforms such as the BMF. And it is through that we can move from pockets of progress to truly an inclusive economy. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Tanika. We're friends now, right? We're friends, girl. You know, that's how you make your connections, you know? Because, I mean, honestly, let's be real. Would you give money to somebody you don't know? No. You would never. And that's exactly how funding works, right? They will not give you, they don't know you. They really don't know you. You know, you might be nice about you do, but they don't know you. You know, and that's one of the critical conversations we should have, right? And the upcoming panel is going to dissect that for us, right? People don't buy products anymore, they buy brands. Right? Like, I mean, like, what's the soap? The soap that we wash with? The soap. No. Thank you. Sunlight. Love it. You know, the thing with red. Rama. Exactly what I mean. People buy brands. They don't buy products anymore. Right? It's very important for you to position yourselves and make sure with you get connected and they know you. Because you can write that proposal, but if they don't know you, my friend, you will be saying entrepreneurship is hard. Now, following his exemplary services as acting CEO since January 2024, Mr. Daimani has now been appointed as Chief Executive Officer of the NMF as confirmed by the Cabinet announcement. With over 15 years of executive management experience in the development finance sector, he has demonstrated exceptional leadership, guiding the NEF into its mission to advance Black economic empowerment. Now, his venture as acting CEO was marked by strategic innovation, collaboration, and a strengthened impact over various sectors. Under his leadership, the NEF remains committed to fostering an inclusive and thriving economy, ensuring sustainable empowerment for historically disadvantaged businesses and entrepreneurs across South Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, if he'll please make his way to the stage, give him a round of applause. Thank you. My next panelist, Mr. Puti Siyazi, who is a portfolio manager of Sanlam Investments. We're catching the drift. Now, Mr. Puti is a seasoned investment professional with 13 years investment experience, 9 of which are in the SME funding space. Now, before joining Sanlam Investments, Puti worked for Edge Growth, a leading SME growth and funding specialist business, investment associate. Now, Puti's career experience has given him exposure to the wide spectrum of SME funding needs and how best to structure investment instruments to meet needs, they said. So please give him a round of applause. The next person joined Mr. Hetz, which is the Chief Commercial Officer of Sourcefin. Now, Jordan is a qualified actuary and joined Sourcefin in 2002 as a head of new products. He led the development and implementation of Sourcefin invoice discounting product, which remains a flagship offering. Towards the end of 2023, Jordan was appointed the C-suite as Chief Commercial Officer of Sourcefin. Please give him a round of applause. And last but not least, Dr. Rutendo. Wow.
One day.
Okay. Queen.
Yes. Queen.
I tried. I'm African, I should know this. He is the CEO of Tribe Africa Advisory. Dr. Lutendo is the CEO and founder of Tribe Africa Advisory, and is a boutique business development advisor firm that works with private and public organizations in building a capability of doing business successfully of the African continent. Now, Dr. Lutendo draws from his seasoned experience of being an executive that led strategic business development company initiatives in Africa in over 20 years, over 30 years. Now, he has also authored and published 2 books, mainstream, namely Rumble in the Jungle, Reloaded, Navigating Businesses of the African Continent, and Reflections of a Son of the Soil, a collection of 55 African proverbs. Now, Dr. Lutendo's passion is to see the exponential growth of Africa's economy through its greatest asset and being its people. Applause. And now to moderate this panel, please give a round of applause to Usis Nomsa, also a friend.
Good morning. Are we okay? Yes. It's like do this and we see like.
Sorry, sorry, just a second. Can I just ask that we move to the left so that people that are coming in can at least get space to sit without saying excuse me, so that it doesn't interrupt the session. Thank you. You can continue, Sister Romsha.
Guys, I think let's stand up a little bit. You've got the CEO of MEF. We're not worried about the funds. Like, show some energy. How are we doing? You've got a chief commercial officer. I'm not excited. Is it just me only that I'm so excited? Is it good? Oh, thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, for giving us the time. We are going to try by all means to push the time because we started a little bit late, we got delayed. But we will try to cover as much questions as you have. If you are lucky, maybe Jordan can give you his Gmail or Mr. Diamani his Hotmail. If you are lucky. So we will try to cover as much questions as we can. And what I'm going to do, I'll ask them a few questions, and once they've taken a nugget on that, and then I'll just take a few questions from the attendees. So, gentlemen, my name is Nomsa Smila. It's the first time you see me. No, even Mr. Diamond is the first time you see me. I think for us, the reason why we wanted to project the funding, the SMME topic, so that we can unpack it in full, and so that we always hear when you go to sessions, funding for SMMEs, but we have never gone to the crux of actually what is it that we need to do as a collective. Because it is all well and good that the SMMEs go to look for it, but what are the service providers and the experts saying? Hence, we requested your insights, because you have been on the ground, you understand, you have received communications, and you understand what are some of the solutions that we can bring. So I think let me start off by this opinion question. It goes for all of you. South Africa's SMME sector contributes significantly to employment and GDP. Yet, access to finance remains one of the biggest hurdles, especially for Black-owned, youth-led, and township-based businesses. As funding institutions and policy drivers, how are you responding to this challenge, and what structural shifts are needed to enhance that finance is more inclusive, accessible, and transformative for SMMEs? You can each go, anyone can go.
Hello everybody. Firstly, thank you Nomsa for organizing this event and having all of us here. I've had the privilege of SourceFin partnering with the BMF very recently. We met with the President, the MD, Nomsa, and a lot of the stalwarts at the BMF. And thank you to all the SMEs that are here today. I'm hoping SourceFin will be able to help all of you. But just a little bit of background, I guess. SourceFin started about 4 years ago out of COVID, where we saw an opportunity that was summed up in a lot of the speeches that we've seen today. Excuse me, where... Was I not speaking loud enough? Hello everybody. There we go. So we saw a gap in the market where your traditional banks and lenders had outdated thinking of how do you fund SMEs. They thought retrospectively, do you have good financials? Do you have a track record? What do your bank statements look like? And what we figured out is that if banks continue thinking in this way, SMEs will never get funded. They'll never be able to grow. They'll never be able to continue to grow South Africa's economy. And me and my partners at SourceFin love South Africa. We want to build South Africa, and it starts with Black-owned SMEs, as Nomsa said, youth, women, and that's the majority of our clientele. I'd say more than 99% of our clients are Black-owned SMEs, with a vast majority being youth and women-led businesses. And what we saw is it possible to go forward-looking with our thinking? Flip the funding structure on its head and look at SMEs not from the perspective of what's happened in the past, but do they have a purchase order? Do they have a tender with government or in the private space or invoice? And are we able to fund them off the back of that? And I'm glad to say that over the last 12 months, we funded over R1 billion to SMEs in South Africa. This year, we plan to double or triple that amount with new funding that came into SourceFin. And the nice thing with SourceFin is we think differently. We like getting SMEs into our offices. We don't have a phone call like what would happen at a bank. Can we help you? Oh, it doesn't sound right, and we put down the phone. We want you to come in. We want you to meet with our team. We've got 60 to 65 young professionals that all they want to do, what we coined, is we want to enable the forgotten SMME. And when we say forgotten, it's forgotten in the sense not as a negative connotation, but banks don't have this new world thinking of how do we help SMEs in South Africa? How do we grow them from a 250,000 Rand purchase order to a 10 million Rand purchase order? Because they're only looking backwards, they're not looking forward. And that's the big thing with SourceFin. We look at developing our products. Every new product that we work on is how do we help as many SMEs in South Africa, in every single province, for as much as they may need. We've got guys that we have very small purchase orders, and we've got people that we're funding 60 million Rand every single month. So we have the ability to help SMEs. We just need to, and now I guess we're starting to market more, we're starting to partner with the BMF, we partnered with City of Joburg, GEP, Gauteng Department of Economic Development, and we continue to partner with government entities because that's where we want to play. We want to take South Africa forward. The big thing with SourceFin as well is we don't see ourselves as a funder. As funny as it is, we say we funded R1 billion last year, but we don't actually see ourselves as a funder. We see ourselves as a partner with the SMEs. We come in and we help you with service delivery. We make sure that the purchase orders are delivered on time with the right specs for the right amount of cost. And we push SMEs to continue to grow their businesses from as small as they may be now to as big as they can get to. And that's Sawston's vision, that's Sawston's mission, is to grow as many SMEs as possible in the shortest amount of time, to develop the government in South Africa, and to develop South Africa as a whole.
Thank you very much.
Please, and also come chat to me after this this talk. I've got one of my colleagues, Amanda, in the audience. Please come chat to us. I want everyone in this audience to come through to our offices, go onto our website, and try come to Sawston, because we really, really mean it when we want to help every single person here.
Thank you very much. And good morning to everyone. And just to acknowledge the presence of the dignitaries here, DDG, Madam Makove, and also the President. And thank you very much for inviting us, sir. And it's also good to see Gondate Sibia and also Her Royal Highness. So maybe from an NEF perspective, what I can say is that I fully agree with what Jordan has said, that if we are going to make a difference in South Africa on unemployment, SME growth, and also economic growth, there has to be collaboration. So as the National Empowerment Fund, we've, over the last couple of years, we've invested over 15 billion rand in over 1,500 businesses. But the one thing is clear, that is not enough. And if we are going to be making a difference in terms of unemployment in the country, as well as making sure that SMMEs have an impact in economic development, we have to do more, and we have to work with partners. Imagine if, Jordan, what he has said now, if we were all working together, we could ensure that they double what they are doing, we could ensure that we triple what we're doing, and then that's when you start to have impact. Which is why I thought, in fact, we were supposed to be somewhere today, but when we actually got the invitation, we realized that it's important for us to be here because the BMF, in fact, it's our partners. You are our target markets, and we knew that we're going to be speaking to the right audience. Because I think what we need as a country is to come up with solutions. We've come up with solutions to make sure that we've got access to more capital. A lot of you would have seen that there is opposition to transformation from other circles. So that means that what we do, and I think this also goes for black business, the way black business conducts business, we have to make sure that they do well, they succeed. Because every failure that you see, that's what's going to be pointed at, and it's going to be labeled as failure of transformation and black economic empowerment. And it's very key that we actually send that message, and we actually come up with initiatives that ensure that black economic empowerment is working. Transformation should not be looked at a narrow basis, which is why we look at it across the spectrum. Starting from the small business, the entry-level businesses, they're facing a lot of barriers. They don't have security, they don't have own contribution, they don't have any of the things that are asked by the traditional funders. So the question is, the solutions that we're putting on the table, they need to address those challenges. And then it goes to the medium side of the market, where you have what will be called as a missing middle, where if you look at those businesses, it looks like they have the money, but if you can look at the struggles that they are having with working capital, also with scaling up their businesses, and ensuring that they are able to compete with the established businesses. Because a lot of our clients, they do not have uncles and other people that are going to support them when their businesses are facing challenges. So the solutions, do we have solutions for businesses that are facing distress? Do we have solutions for businesses that are growing at a high rate but they don't have capital? And they don't have the records that Jordan is referring to, where you have to prove your track record before you get the opportunity to grow. So we want to solve those problems. And then you look at the higher end of the market in the growth of big business and what we call industrialists, which is why you would see our work. We're playing across the spectrum. We are, for instance, funding big hospital groups that are coming. If you look at the likes of Procurement and so on, we want to make sure that those businesses list over the next couple of years. And those are black businesses. Black business is not, should not be relegated to a small part of the market. But at the same time, there is black business in that segment of the market. So we need to make sure that we work together. And I want to also just, to the colleagues at BMF, we do need to make sure that we come closer to each other, because what the president was actually saying here is what we believe in. What the DDG was saying here is what we seek to achieve. So if we can make sure that we work on this thing of ensuring that we work together, then we are able to provide a solution for the people who want to service. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Taiwan. Also, thank you very much for the invitation. It's really a privilege to be here and to be speaking to our problem solvers, which is our entrepreneurs. First of all protocol observed to the dignitaries that are here. Thank you for joining us. So I think as a portfolio manager within the Sanlam investment space, maybe let me start with giving some context in terms of Sanlam as a group, and especially in the investment space, historically what we've been investing in and how we come to where we are today. So initially, you had the almost like traditional investment instruments that were going to listed companies, fixed interest instruments, and all those things. And then you also had in the house what we call private credit, which was basically capital that was invested in really listed businesses like your MTNs and your Vodacoms and the like, and would take positions in those businesses. But there wasn't really true SME funding. And I think we can all agree that Sanlam is, it's one of the largest, in fact, the largest insurer in Africa at the moment. As a corporate citizen, we needed to be responsible in terms of developing our economy in South Africa to ensure that we also target SMEs. And so about 10 years ago, there was an SME debt team that came out of the credit space, and we started investing in SMEs. However, the SMEs that we invested in were simply between 20 and 100 million. And so if you look at a lot of those businesses, they really come to the table very much de-risked. In fact, banks could actually invest in those SMEs. And so about 3 years ago, we had to really relook at our strategy, not necessarily replacing that fund, but actually adding to that fund to say, can we target truly missing middle businesses? These are businesses that are too small for banks to consider, too large for micro lenders to consider. Somewhere there in the middle, we can make a difference. And so with the advent of the UN Sustainable Development Goals, the National Development Plan 2030, we really saw that it is incumbent upon us as a corporate citizen to actually make that change. So this is a fund or a solution that Mr. Ngandambule spoke about, our Chief Transformation Officer, in terms of looking at these truly missing middle businesses. So we called it the 104 Plus Fund, and it's not the most creative name, but what it means is that Sanlam has existed for 104 years. Now what does the next 104 look like? And in doing so, we are trying to say we want to invest in businesses where we can see impact outcomes or developmental outcomes. And outcomes that are not defined by the first world, but outcomes that are developmental, that are defined by South Africa. What is the developmental outcomes for South Africa? Chief among that is that we want to see Black-owned entrepreneurs empowered and capacitated to do what they do best. And so what we've done is we have received about 200 million from Sanlam. So Sanlam is our anchor funder. Out of the 200 million, we have invested about 140 million thus far. We've invested in a space of 2 years. So what that means is that the checkbook is open. And I know that a lot of times when we talk about funding, it looks like checkbooks are closed. But the checkbook is open, and we can get to the issue of what does investment readiness look like. And Jordan, I really must thank you for the work that you're doing, because what you have solved is an issue of paperwork generally, you know, and I think that's a solution that we need. And the issue of collaboration, Mr. Daimani, is very important, because someone like Sourcefin, for instance, could get a check from.
I don't even know in terms of one about 2. If you look at the CEDA reports, about 2.7 million SMEs. About 2.7 million, 60% of the vesting, and then you can scale it. And it talks to money access. It also goes to the next level. And with that, I'll hand over back to Domsa. Others
This is brief, maybe 2 minutes or so. So that we can allow our audience to just also get involved. I think the question will go to Mr. Daimani. MEF has played a vital role in facilitating transformation finance.
No, thank you for that question. So, when an entrepreneur, that gets one opportunity. Now, if you are a financier, you look at that, you're going to say this is all over the place to look for other opportunities and create that. The entrepreneurs we funded in the past to scale up businesses to opportunities that we are bringing. And the banks have got a lot of opportunities. The colleagues that we're working on in actually coming up with it enough to fund an SME once or twice. Otherwise, you're just going to make solutions available that are not helping what you're trying to address.
How do we ensure SMMEs in South Africa are ready to tap into intra-Africa trade funding?
One, two. To ride on vehicles that are there. The Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement is one key instrument to leverage off. 2, you have to partner up with the big boys. African Bank, I know from a trade and finance perspective, is an example. It's a multilateral bank. I know each of these and probably interact with them in one way or the other. The point is, don't reinvent the wheel. As an SME, your energy, your efficiency, your resources are geared in terms of how can make the business sustainable. Charlotte is okay. Charlotte is okay. But I think the bottom line leverage of instruments, platforms that are already there.
Mr. Jordan, can platforms like yours streamline access to capital, in ways traditional banks cannot?
Yeah, thank you for that question. I guess what's so important with Sourcefin is as much as they need in the shortest amount. We know the deal days to deliver, and that's where to transform into a fintech. You aren't able to help SMEs in the shortest amount of time. Every day, we don't necessarily need 48 hours. Tomorrow can close a deal in 42 hours. And so on and so forth. And we every single day are building up our tech team to try to automate as much of the process as possible to try to disperse funding, as much funding in the shortest amount of time. And that's the name of it. What I want to just touch on very quickly is discounting product. NOMSA comes to us and says, can you please discount this invoice with Rand Water? The next person comes, can you discount this invoice with Rand Water? We said to ourselves, is it possible to these government officials, and I say to put up the balance sheet and funding that we are going to roll every single month. That's 2.4 million rand, 2.4 billion rand in the year for one entity. And with the last
I have somebody who's going to take a roving. After Putti, will give our audience a platform just to ask our panelists some questions. Mr. Putti, How is Sanlam balancing financial return with development outcomes in your approach to SME funding?
Thanks for that question, Marisa. We really have gone through I would say, evolution in identity in terms of looking for outcomes across all of our investment business units. So whether it's private equity, whether it's the listed space, whether it's credit or SME investments, there's no investment that we don't look at from the perspective of ESG and impact. So to that end, we actually have an ESG and impact team that comes alongside and partners with investment teams to ensure that with every deal, with every investment opportunity, we are seeing to it that we are meeting sustainable development goals, we are meeting national development plan goals. So a big focus for us is at the moment transformation and job creation, because that is at the core of what we need to do from a sustainable development perspective in South Africa. So we've got those teams that are partnered up. There is no investment that we don't look at from that lens. So post the money hitting the SME's bank account, already there will be an ESG and impact team that will partner up with that SME, hold their hands, because we so we don't specialize, for instance, with Jordan's team in terms of short-term funding. We go in medium to long term. So our minimum term is about 36 to 60 months. And so there will be a team that comes alongside that SME to help with growth support needs for that SME. Because we realize that you can't just deploy money and sort of leave the SME to its own demise, but you actually have to partner to help the SME with growth support needs. Some of those support needs may be at the top line level, so how do I get more access to markets? Some of those support needs may be how do I manage my cost base that I remain profitable and grow my profitability? Some of those growth support needs could be formalizing the business or corporatizing the business in terms of, okay, I think we need to get in place for you a CFO, or if you can't afford a CFO, let's outsource the function, or let's get a fractional CFO so that we have a financial management strategy going forward, so that perhaps your cash flow needs may not need to come from a formal venture capital or bank, but there's somewhere in your working capital where we can shave off a few things so that you have cash in the...
Start on my right-hand side. Ladies and gentlemen, we are pressed for time, so I'm gonna ask, when you stand up, please just say your name, go right into your question, and not more than a minute, because we're really running behind.
Okay, good morning. While we're at it, can we just collect all the questions first and then allow the panel to speak? Is that okay, Sister Msa?
Yes.
All right. Good morning. My name is Nonto Enche from Titawa, Africa, promotes intra-Africa trade. I'd like to find out from the panelists which one of the institutions look at entrepreneurs who are looking at opportunities outside of South Africa. Thank you.
Did you get that? I'll have the lady in the front here. Ma'am, I didn't recognize you. Sorry, I have to go by sequence, right? So that we try and cover as many. Please get to the point, short 30 seconds and that's it.
Good morning, everyone. My question is going to Mr. Gerald. My name is Daisy. I'm working for myself in the mining sector. I just want to find out from you, what are the base that you are able to deal with, especially in the mining sector, where you find that they don't allow the third party to interact with the client. I don't know, how do you have a plan to deal with the barriers? Because sometimes you find that you get a purchase order, instead of you able to access what is required from my side, then you need to talk to the client. Do you have any way to deal with it? Thank you.
Thank you. There's a lady at the back there. Yes.
Thank you, Program Director. And thank you to BMF for organizing this magnificent event. My name is Mbongi. I'm coming from the BMF as well, from Gauteng as a deputy chair. But I'm asking this on a personal base as an SMME. So we speak about, and Jordan, I took your point where you speak about SMMEs submitting invoices or tenders, but as Dr. Mutendo was saying, the baby is not born an adult. When you start as an SMME, you are starting sometimes. You don't have that invoice. You're coming from corporate, you take your money from corporate, you start, and you have salaries. And for instance, I'm developing a super app for automation of marketing activities, from branding to strategies and everything. So I have to pay the developers, I have to pay the architects. And just yesterday, I had to tell the bank to actually sell my house. I have sold my car to because I am committed to this. But when we go to the funders, they're asking for. It's hardly that you get funded for feasibility study because you've done that. But up until you deploy the app, you're not going to have an invoice. So that's one of the problems we have, and I'm hoping that as the checks are open, they're really open. Thank you.
There's the last gentleman there, and then we're going to come on my left-hand side.
Thank you, facilitator. The fact that you said it last gentleman, I imagine if I came in a wheelchair, you said the wheelchair gentleman.
You're sitting next to another gentleman as well.
It's Tabang, the chairperson of BMF Dubai. I came in my capacity as an entrepreneur. I think I share the frustrations with the deputy chair of Gauteng here, because some of the requirements are just impossible, particularly for me. I'm running an innovation company. One of the common requirements being from NEF or others, they want me to stop everything that I'm doing and work in that company. I'm paying IT engineers and all that. If I can't use my salary to pay them, until I invoice from my applications and all that, it means that I'll just die in poverty with all these brilliant ideas. Now, my question particularly to NEF, and thanks to BMF, I've previously attended a training from NEF. I am making a humble submission through you, Presidency. Can we please have a provision tailor-made for SMMEs who are here today? Wow. I'm saying that so that we don't fall off into the cracks of going to queue into the frustrations that we've already been there. We have references with NEF and all these others. Can you assist us, those who apply and qualify? Of course, others still need training, others need funding, others need upscaling. But so that when I leave here back to 500 kilometers away, I don't fall into the 1,000 queue of the other people. Whereas I came here hoping that perhaps something will change. Thank you so much.
I'm gonna take, I'm not sure if gentlemen, you got them. Can you answer them? And then I'm gonna go to the section and then we're wrapping up.
All right, I'll start off.
Can we have the mic?
And I'll be quick. I think with regards to sort of inter-African agencies, I think from my point and my perspective, technology is playing a key role, and Sourcefin has already highlighted that. So with regards to, in terms of where you go, I think there was a lady who says, which institution that I go? I think that person is already answered, because all the gentlemen here have highlighted, you know, we've got the capabilities, we've got the network. But what I want to highlight is the biggest mistake SMEs or SMMEs make in terms of wanting to go to the rest of Africa is the why. Is the why. Because creating the access and the platform is not the challenge. Is there a market? Is there demand? And will there be an NEF? Will there be a government? Will there be a source in that country that will support you? And that dynamic is different. Being black into the rest of Africa is not enough. I'm just trying to highlight that. So when you want to go into those markets, the challenge is always saying that, have you got all the other tick boxes ticked off? And that's a risk I just want to highlight. Oh.
Yeah. I think I'll start by firing line. in terms of, I'll categorize the question around sort of funding startups or funding businesses that are still sort of in that product market fit. So it's not a feasibility study per se. You are, for instance, you are building the product and you are testing the market, right? And so when we say the checkbook is open, right? We do mean the checkbook is open. And again, now I'm going to get into the firing line. Not all capital is the same. Not all capital is equal. When you start, I think Jordan mentioned this, when you start a business, usually the capital that's hopefully available is friends, family, and those people who generally believe in you. And the nature of that capital is patient. In other words, I'm funding you because I know you and I believe in you. Usually that capital is not formal, usually doesn't come with attachments, and to the extent that you can get that capital available to you, it's very important that you access that kind of capital. Now, with the historical injustices of the past in terms of South Africa, as Black people, we don't necessarily have access to that kind of capital, right? And so our white brothers and sisters are typically a step ahead when it comes to that. And that's where formal capital has to partner up in terms of private and public to get access to grant capital that will be patient enough to allow you to get to a place where you have proven your product market fit. Because usually formal capital looks like this, and I'm talking from let me just talk from a Sanlam perspective, right? We are generally managing institutional money. In other words, money that's in pension funds. These are our mothers and fathers, us who are sitting here, where we have put money into a long-term pool, hopefully to get that money back. If I have 100 Rand here, and perhaps Dr. Rotendo says to me, hey man, can you give me that 100 Rand? I've got an investment opportunity that I need to invest in. And perhaps I needed that 100 Rand to get to home today. If I'm going to give him this 100 Rand, I must have a degree of confidence in terms of his investment abilities. And he has to get that 100 Rand back to me by investing in an opportunity that will ensure that that money does come back. And so capital looks like that, or formal capital looks like that. It's funders that are managing people that own money, that don't want that money to be lost. And so we have to look for opportunities where, to a certain degree of confidence, we can say we can get this money back. Now the challenge typically with startups or businesses that are emerging is that typically there is no historical record in terms of the numbers, what's the revenue, what are the costs, what is the profitability, and we find a challenge there. But that does not mean that the journey must end there. For instance, in our portfolio, we partnered up with Kula Credit Guarantee. We look for businesses where typical funding may be expensive to them. So we have de-risked that funding a little bit with that facility. And what that does is that for businesses that don't have 100% collateral for the money they're asking for, that piece of funding actually insures them on the downside, so that we don't have to deploy expensive funding in the name of you don't have enough collateral. But that's just one example in terms of how we partner up with state-owned entities or with government to catalyze or deploy courageous capital into markets where perhaps SMEs are still growing and it looks like their product is high growth. I'll end.
Thank you very much. Maybe just to touch on the funding of businesses outside of South Africa. We do fund businesses which are South African businesses who are doing business in Africa. So I would like to talk to you about that, because it's part of the government strategy to grow the exports. So it's definitely something that is within what we're doing. Now, there is a question here about the startups, and particularly for professionals who are working. And it's something that we've identified. In fact, I've seen it time and time again. I've also been in that situation where you are actually starting a business with a future objective, but at this stage you have to sign that because the current funding mechanism, particularly from a development finance perspective, they don't allow it. They want you to be operationally involved. So it's definitely something that I think maybe BMF can help us with, because we do need to change the rules so that we come up with those programs. And we are seeing it now a lot, particularly in the tech space. We do need to make sure that we've got funding that supports. We do support development funding, and we do support feasibility studies and so on. But that does, I fully admit that it does need to talk to where the professionals are that actually want to go into those businesses. In fact, one of the products I'm working on at the moment is a product, but we're looking specifically at property. To say, if you've got professionals that want to create wealth and actually get assets that will give them the annuity income that will enable them to take risks. Because the stories like what we've heard now, someone having to sell their house and to sell their cars because they want to work on their dream or the vision that they have. There's definitely a market failure that we as a country need to work on so that we've got solutions that address that. And also the issues of other funders like Sanlam, and it's the similar story with the banks. The money that they have, they are limited in terms of the risk that they can take. So that means from a development finance perspective, there is a need to coming up with funding that deals with the equity and own contribution capital so that people can access the commercial funding. And actually that's what we've been saying through the discussions on the transformation fund, to say we are trying to solve the challenges that we have as a country, because we've got people who do not have sufficient capital to even enter the market. So the funding that we are raising is funding that will actually meet the gap so that the other funders, we can actually work together to make sure that they can actually fund the commercial aspects of those businesses. So there is a need for the holistic ecosystem solutions. And once again, BMF is our partner to come up with solutions for our market.
Hello everyone, thank you for the questions. I'm going to try to answer one or two of them. So Daisy asked what barriers are in it, especially in the mining space, and how much does Sourcefin have to chat to the mining entities themselves? The answer is very little. The truth is we're working directly with the SMEs. So as an example, the one thing we need to do is we need to verify that that purchase order is actually a real purchase order. I can't tell you how many times SMEs have come to Sourcefin and they even think the purchase order is real. And Sourcefin will go and find out and see that it's a fake purchase order. And that's a very important thing that we do. But for the most part, we work directly with the SME to get everything over the line. We don't need to chat directly with the mining company. We work with you in order to find a solution. I guess onto the question with regards to your situation. I'd love to sit here and say that Sourcefin can help every single SME in the country with every single problem that they may have. I'd love to say that. But I guess what we need to take into account is Sourcefin's been around for 3 years. We're growing and we're expanding. And how we look at it is a bank can fund this much of the SMEs. The next tier can fund this much of the SMEs. And we move up all the way, and at this point in time, after 3 years, Sourcefin can fund this much of the SME population in South Africa based on their needs. We don't go and take collateral of a house. We don't take collateral of a car. We don't do those types of things. But at the moment, the most important thing for us is that the SMEs have a purchase order, a tender, that they need to deliver, or an invoice that they are waiting for government to pay them. And in order for us to fund, those are the majority of our requirements currently. We're not asking for collateral, but we need there to be a purchase order that we can help you deliver. Whether it's a small purchase order to deliver a generator to a school in KZN, or a huge tender where someone's developing a rail in New Canada near Soweto. That's a 12-month, 100 million rand project. We want to help across the board to create service delivery in South Africa. And in essence, we're helping South Africa grow. I guess an important thing on the inter-country question. The thing with SourceFin currently is we work predominantly in South Africa. We've just done our first ever deal outside of South Africa in Swaziland. But the truth is, this is where we live. South Africa is our home. And we have only scratched the surface of how much we can help SMEs in South Africa, government departments in South Africa, service delivery and economic empowerment in South Africa. And that's where we want to put the majority of our efforts, resources and capital, is growing South Africa and growing our SMEs.
Thank you, Jordan. I'm going to take the round. We are against time, ladies and gentlemen. These are important questions. We can leave here in 5 days if we're not keeping the time. There's a gentleman at the back, and I'll come to you, sir. And then there's a lady that is wearing black and white. I'm going to try to spread them over. And then there's another lady here. There was another lady who stood up and, oh, yeah, that's the fourth. My brother, you're the fifth one.
I think maybe also we can just limit the questions because we're still here, yes. Yeah, so that we can also run through the program and then we'll come back and ask more questions.
So,
so maybe 2 or
30
3
seconds.
Yeah.
30 seconds to the point, your name, 30 seconds to the point. And yeah, so that we can get it going.
Thank you. Thank you for everybody. My name is Eric. I'm in logistics space. My challenge is that myself do get a lot of business, but my challenge is where to bridge the gap is between, especially in logistics, I'm competing with someone like Korea Guy, who's got a huge fleet. So from the business, let's say for example, Clicks comes to me and says, Eric, there is a business, there is it for you. But the things that I can't sustain it because I don't have the fleet as a courier guy. This is where I need the bridge, the gap plug for businesses like mine. Thank you.
The lady with the black and white.
Thank you everyone, and thank you for being here. I'm an IP attorney. I help a lot of SMMEs in terms of patents, designs, and so forth. One thing that I've noticed when we do SMMEs with patents is that they do get government funding. However, government funding is only related to South Africa, honestly, and there is a whole road, especially when we go out in Africa, where we do need funding for that as well. So I want to know, what I want to know is, when we do go look for funding, do you firstly advise SMMEs that there might be an IP or patent here? Because once patent, one of the requirements of a patent is that it must be breaks that you can't patent anymore. So I want to know that. Export our IP and ideas as well, not just the products. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that the second? There's a lady here, she's been raising her hand forever. And it's coming, I'm coming there. Don't worry, I'm coming.
All right, yeah. Also, I think Oslo said the panelists are there during lunch break, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so they will be, yeah, so they're there.
Yeah, they're there.
The confidence.
If you can just give the lady, yeah. Yes.
Good morning, everybody. Okay, Jordan, to you, I just wanted to say thank you. Once came to SourceFin, and guys, they do work. Their turnaround time, it's amazing. I run a facility management company. There is a question as well. My question is to NEF. I did an application with you guys because I run a facility management company. So I work with purchase orders. But however, I work with agencies. So my plea is that in terms of the turnaround time and the speed that you guys are working on in responding to requests, can you probably work on making a flexibility in terms of the speed? Because sometimes you find that the purchase order is urgent, but you guys take too long to respond to that.
Thank you. So the last questions are from this side and then we are closing. Yes, do you have a mic? Can you please pass on the mic to the gentleman?
Thank you. How do we ensure that in the corridors of power, especially the government economic cluster, how do you ensure that you find the right people with the right attitude and mindset? Because entrepreneurship is about attitude and mindset. And the reason why I'm saying that is that you look at the policies that are developed, red tape, speed, expectation that sponsor shop must have financial statements for them to apply for grants, audited financials for informal businesses, as if one does not understand how much does it cost just to have audited statements, and how will informal business be able to afford such things. And those are the clear indications of the fact that in the corridors of power, you have people that don't really understand the ecosystem. You have people that never run spaza shops, but they don't even understand the fact that entrepreneurs have to spend a lot of money to access certain documents and instruments from compliance point of view. How to ensure that we get the right people with the right mindset, not only look at academic credentials to appoint someone to assist entrepreneurs with who got no clue about what's actually happening on the ecosystem. Last question, the NEF. Last question, NEF. How do you ensure that in your adjudication panels, you have people that really understand what they're doing? And I'm saying this because we have a 3-year contract with NEF. We've never done one even single project, but people are getting jobs and so on, because now people start to look at their own cousins and brothers and allocate projects, even though they're not experienced in that. But we went through the process, we understand what is, I mean, we've been doing it for the past 20 years, 10 years in government economic cluster. We do the work for Gibbs, Allen, Gray, and so on. But we have 3-year contract with you, never even got one single project to do mentorship. What was the reason for us applying? How do you make sure that in your staff, you have the people who are fair and understand what is happening and respect the rules of the ecosystem? Thank you.
Maybe the last one, and then I'm going to allow our panel to respond, and then we're closing.
Greetings, all protocols observed. I'm Disezo, I'm Kumalo. I just want to, my question was touched upon by the NEF CEO, but I would like us to really look into funding the farms where there is a possibility of having a willing buyer, willing seller contract. We're really struggling to getting into that field, and there are farmers who want to sell their land, but we do not have enough funding. We can be able to put a certain guarantee of you getting back your money, because a farm will be 4 million, will only be having 500,000. Can we please look into that? And we are available. We've got 2 farms that we need to buy. As Jordan said, speed is the name of the game for this one. Thank you.
Thank you. Gentlemen, if we can please respond, and then I'm just going to post a single sentence for the closing. Thank you.
Okay. No, thank you. Maybe I'll touch on them. I might not be able to do it all. We do fund fleet management businesses. And I think on the issue of the purchase order, actually that's why I think I need to have closer conversations with Jordan. One of the biggest challenges we have, particularly with government contracts, is that we fund people and we don't get paid. Now the question is, how do we manage that risk? So you end up taking certain decisions, particularly with certain government departments or certain municipalities, because you know that every order you funded there has never been paid. Now the question is, do you continue funding when you have those experiences? But it looks like they've found a solution that works. Maybe they've got a way of convincing those government departments to actually be able to fund. But in terms of the decision making and whether we've got the right people in the committees, so we do review the people that sit in the approval committees. Because the NEF staff, they do the work, and then we get people externally who sit in the committees that make decisions. Perhaps some of the BMF members can apply to be part of those committees, because we do need the assistance in terms of making sure that we approve how we actually doing the work. And unfortunately, when it comes to panels, appointments to panels, you appoint a lot of entities onto a panel. And the work sometimes is not sufficient to get to everyone. But I'm happy because people do approach me sometimes with those issues, but you don't wait for 3 years. If you've got, I think someone, it's the MC here mentioned that you create the relationship, because if you do reach out, maybe at the end I can speak to the colleagues to say there's this person, because, and also some of the people that we've even worked to before, we keep reviewing them and we remove some of them from the panel. It all depends on performance. But all the mentors and all the people who do accounting, because we offer book services for our clients free of charge. And those are all service providers from outside the NAF. Unfortunately, I don't have any cousins or friends who are in those professions. Maybe some of my colleagues have got that, but I think the intention is to make sure that we open it as much as we can. And then he said, so I'm happy to have a conversation to you, because then that we'll need to look at your particular instance when it comes to farms. We do fund farms, but we fund them on a certain basis because we need to look at your particular business, and also we've got, for each sector, we've got limited amounts of capitals that we deploy. I do have colleagues who are here, maybe Kylie, I can see you. You can raise your hand. You can speak to some of my colleagues here, and or you can come and speak to myself, and then we can discuss the issue.
Oh, sorry.
Just on the back of that, I just wanted to say some of the problems that we are seeing. So my brother there, mentioning people in the corridors of power and all of that. I think you're at the right place, because as an entrepreneur, perhaps you can provide a solution. Yeah. And just thinking about, okay, how do I get a solution where perhaps at the NEF or wherever corridors of power, they can get transparent look into perhaps financial information that does not need necessarily audited financial statements. I'll give an example. We are looking at a business at the moment that was started by young black men from varsity, and they basically thought of a solution, in fact, in the township space. So perhaps we should have a conversation, where they've gone to wholesalers in the township and said to the wholesalers, you are the ones that partner with the spaza shops. We have developed a technological solution that will give you access into transactional data that you have with the spaza shop. And embedded in that model, we can provide funding. So you will provide the back office support for the spaza shop in terms of cashing in and all of those things that they need. And some of them even, they actually partner with the SETAs to ensure that the students that are coming out of there, if they want to own, for instance, a spaza shop in the township, they can provide them with the initial capex and back office support. And then these young men have developed a solution, a financing solution on the back of that, partnering up with those wholesalers. Now, what was the problem there? The problem there was that the wholesaler did not have transactional data to be able to fund these spaza shops. These guys are saying, no, they don't need financials. We have built a system that actually can look at that transactional data. So perhaps the things that we are seeing as challenges as entrepreneurs, we can look at them more as opportunities to say, hey, there's a challenge today that we have witnessed. How can we solve that?
Yeah, I don't want to take much more time. I know Norm said that we're almost out of time, but what I can say is there are a lot of questions in different areas about funding, patents, and logistics, all of those types of things. What I implore everyone to do here is go onto the sourcing website, apply for funding through sourcing, and see if, hopefully if you've got a purchase order or invoice, I'm almost certain we can help you. We don't look at audited financial statements. We don't require the usual things like that. But please, everyone, try apply. I'm going to be outside. You can come chat to me. But one other thing, we've just started a new program at SourceFin where we want everyone in this room to become an affiliate. And what that means is maybe you don't have a purchase order, maybe you don't have an invoice, but you might, and I'm sure you do, know other people with purchase orders and invoices. If you can send those SMEs to SourceFin, you'll share in the profits with SourceFin for all the deals that we do with the people that you bring to us, because ultimately we want to help as many people as possible. So So please, applause to Sorcerer and applause and affiliates.
Well, that's the HTML. My closing statement. My closing statement. And this is just a word of encouragement. You know, the power that is in this room in terms of capability and skill. Sometimes we talk in Africa about Ubuntu, and we actually underestimate the value of the power. Why am I saying this? Because they're SMEs and entrepreneurs. A lady talked about IP knowledge. Another gentleman talked about logistics. There's an ex-lady from banking. Sometimes you end up going to big corporates, and I'm not running away from the finance, to look for capability and skill that you can't afford. When just by mere networking and engaging, you can get input. And that's one of the things you take for granted, and I compliment BMF in terms of this event. Because when you're able to go to someone who's got that capability, it tells you, there was a lady who was saying, I went through the source fee process, rather than wasting time in terms of reinventing the world, go to it, how do you do it so successfully? So by the time she hits the portal, you've got responsibility. So I've just encouraged you, we talk about Ubuntu in Africa, you need to commercialize Ubuntu. Economies of scale, US, China, India that have done it, they've taken Ubuntu and they've commercialized it, leveraging off institutions like this. So that's my giveaway in terms of just encouragement.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Kendo. Just a closing question. Please, 1 minute, and we are done. I think our program is going like out of time. So the question is to all of you gentlemen. So looking ahead now to 2030, what is your vision for a transformed, fully funded SMME ecosystem in South Africa?
Yeah, I guess Sorcerer is in line with a lot of the stuff I read about. We want to be integrated into every single government department and municipality and SOE in the country, funding every single SME that does work with them. We want to expand our product offering. We want to make sure that every single person here, whether it's fleet management, logistics, we want to create products that don't only just help with purchase orders or invoices. We want to expand that every single SME is able to be helped. All I ask is to give us a little bit of time, and I promise we'll get there.
Thank you. So we want to contribute to reducing the unemployment in the country. South Africa is facing a high unemployment rate. How do we do that? Making sure that we work with the other partners, making sure that we raise more capital, which is why we're driving the transformation fund, we're driving it hard. And one of the issues that came to my mind as I was sitting here is that we do make sure that we need to make sure we mobilize funding, working with BMF. We work with partners. Do you know that we can have a fund specifically targeting the needs of the people in this room? If someone talked about how do we speak to the policymakers, the people who actually control the power and the funding, if we can come up with a clear message, we're able to go together to those people to ensure that we come up with solutions that can be geared towards your specific needs. So it is my vision that we can come up with those solutions, because at the end of the day, we need more access to funding. Because even if you work with my colleagues here, Jordan, and the other colleagues here from Sanlam, they've got their specific requirements. So if we're able to source even grants and other form of equity funding to complement what they are doing, there will be more access to funding because they've got limitations. So working together, we can come up with solutions to the challenges that we have.
Yeah, very shortly, I think in the next 5 years, our goal is sustainable, inclusive growth. Sustainable, inclusive growth. And I think it's a pivotal moment that we're having today, because I think the buzzword today has been collaboration. There are different capabilities that are represented here, and I think we can leverage from the different capabilities. So maybe my closing statement would be a plea to say, actions speak louder than words. What can we do from today to ensure that this panel is accountable for the collaboration that they promised from today? And maybe BMF can keep us accountable.
I think from my side, it will be just to say technology. In the next 4 or 5 years, there's going to be 100 million additional people who access the internet in Africa. That access to customers. I know it's going to be a talking point afterwards, which is great, but also it means that your competitors are no longer going to be limited from the geographies of Limpopo and Cape. Your competitors are going to become externally. So if you're an SME, invest in technology, understanding it, AI, etc., etc. If you don't, you are going to be left behind. It's not an exception. So I'm just highlighting, invest in technology, understand, educate yourself. You'll get the money. You'll get the money. But if technology is understanding, because that will impact you tremendously. Over to you, madam.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. We apologize that we took a lot of time. I think these are some of the considerations that when we interact and when we look at ourselves, we realize that it's platforms like this where you can come, engage the decision makers, engage the thought leaders so that your word can be heard. Because if you meet Mr. Daimani at Mall of Africa, he's not gonna listen to you. I can promise. So today he's here. They're going to be outside, or they will be mingling before they leave. If you've got questions, if you've got, just ask them. You know, try to find out in the office who can you engage with. They can assist you. So we thank you. I just want the president to.
This will give me my
Appreciate it.
Where's the cameraman?
Cameraman, you're not far. Thank you, Jordan. You can step down. Thank you.
So the problem is very expensive girls on sale.
Thank you, Mr. Damani.
Sir? Yeah, no. So my good friends.
DDG, I think we owe you.
Yes.
And Sandra, I don't know if she has.
You might. The other ones,
Yeah, you can announce. All right. Thank you so much. Please give them a round of applause. All right. So before we continue, well, just because we're very behind time, also, yeah, you can stretch it, but thank you so much. It was very informative. So now what we're going to do is that we're going to take, it was supposed to be a quick tea break, but it's not going to be a tea break anymore. It's going to be stretch your legs, you know, grab a cup of coffee, real quick break, and can you please be there at 12:15 on the dot? Is that okay? All right, thank you.
You would get 5% of all profits that are made with every. So you send and we do the deal. You get 5% of profits. You can transform the deals. That's what we want. We want a bit of the SMEs, you know, the land city. You are the best sales agent. That's what we want. Now we run out. There we go. Can we walk together? Can we walk? I have to run to the bathroom. Do you want like can I see my car? You got a chat? Amanda, yes. Let's have that yes, thank you so much. Do you become aware? Yes. I think that's a good idea. Amazing. I think that would be great. Thank you.
Hello, hello. Hello.
Yes, so we do the investors
So is that the funding that should be done?
If I take this approach, and then because like most of them, I am working with them most of the equipment to them, and like that. But you're taking the because now really affected me. So must I send you an email here?
Yeah.
So it is your email.
Yeah, yes. We'll do it together, it's okay. Collaboration. My name is Elizabeth.
Yes.
I am in more of a service industry. A lot of times we find that service when we are doing is important than For your patience, I know that we are behind time, so we're just going to try and catch up and be on time and be on schedule. We're going to try and make the presentation as short as we are. So we're going to do the technology way before we start, right? Can everybody go on their phones and follow BMF, whether on Instagram, Facebook, or Twitter? I don't know if they have a WhatsApp line where we can ask questions. So that if there's any questions that you'd like to ask, you can either send it via those social media platforms, so that we can limit the time of asking questions, right? And with the next panel that's coming, I'm moderating the panel, and like I said, I'm a teacher. When I say class out, class out. When I say three questions, you know? And some people will say, no, AI is good because, I mean, it meets you halfway, and other people are like, no, it doesn't. ChatGPT does its own things. And so I think the conversation about the digital economy is very important. And I think our panelists did mention that if you don't catch up to technology, it will catch up to you and you will get left behind. And that's who's excited as entrepreneurs, you know. And I always say to my colleagues that I do everything. Because when you're an entrepreneur, you want to shop. I will design my own posters, I will do this because you need to be glued up in the digital world. So without wasting any further time, I'd like us to welcome on stage Professor Mpho, and Dr. Zulu, who is a manager for research, development, and innovation at CSIR. Now, Dr. Olelwa Zulu is a strategic leader in science, innovation, and education. Currently, she manages strategic research, development, and innovation at the CSIR, driving the organizational RDI strategy and investment. She heads the Connect Education Program at Sea at the Table, empowering South African youth through career guidance and leadership development. As Regional Partnerships Director for STEM for Development, she champions global access to STEM talent from the global south. Her work champions access and inclusion for underrepresented communities in the global STEM ecosystem. Please put your hands together for Dr. Zulu. Joining her will be Professor Mpho Primus, who is the founder of Primus Tech Hub. Now, Professor Mpho is the NRF-rated international award-winning researcher and founder working on inclusive AI and digital transformation. She's currently Associate Professor and Co-Director of the Institute for Artificial Intelligence Systems at the University of Johannesburg, where she leads research into low-resource African languages, inclusive AI, and data-driven innovation for development. In addition to her scholarly work, Professor is founder of Primus Tech Hub, a boutique consulting and advisory firm that equips organizations with digital transformation focusing on data. She has served on several advisory boards and committees in both public and private. These governance and advisory roles reflect her commitment to shaping inclusive, forward-looking policies and supporting institutions to thrive in a digital economy. Put your hands together for her. Yeah, sure.
Good afternoon, everybody. And Nomsa, I have a bone to pick with you because we ate into our time. Now class is in session. The principal is on our case, but we will try to claw back some of the time that we have. My name is Olelwa Zulu. I'm a scientist by training, but I think I'm an SME supporter and enthusiast in terms of the value that I ascribe to the work that SMMEs do and in our economy. I'm from the CSIR, which is the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research, and we invest most of the money that we get from the government into supporting SMMEs. We are really interested in the technologies that you develop, the innovations that you are working on. We've got about 8 business units that run from the chemicals industry, the health industry, agriculture, ICT, and the like. And part of our strategy is to industrialize the country through technology and innovation. And how we do that is getting close to SMMEs that are out there developing these solutions. So we are really interested and ascribe a lot of value in what you guys do on the ground. The topic of today is digital transformation for SMMEs. A lot has been said on funding. That question is undeniable. We can't run away from it. A lot has been said about technology. You catch up or you get left behind. And I think in a rapidly changing world and developing world, we really can't afford to be left behind on a lot of elements, and technology is part of it. Digital transformation for SMMEs is one of those. So for me, in terms of the context and background to this discussion, is that digital transformation is no longer a luxury. It's no longer an option. It's no longer a nice to have, especially for SMMEs. It's a lifeline for competitiveness, right? How do you innovate? if you're out of the digital loop, right? If you want to scale and to be on this platform, and long-term sustainability of SMMEs today depends on that lifeline, that core in terms of supporting what you guys are doing in terms of solving these problems that you have. So this masterclass is designed to unpack what digital transformation truly means for small businesses and how practical is it to unlock its benefits, even with limited resources. We often hear buzzwords, they're not buzzwords, cloud, e-commerce, AI, but today, through Prof, who's walked the SMME journey and who does research in this, we get to get the best of both worlds, the academic part of digital transformation and what it can do for SMMEs, but also a lived
class itself. And I think the way I'd like us to do this is maybe give Prof like 15, 20 minutes to take us through her own journey of digital transformation, but I also want to give you, the audience, the opportunity to interact with us and ask questions. Without further ado, Prof, your bio has been read, so I guess the audience know who they're talking to. You've got 20 minutes. If it's less, I'd appreciate that so that we can engage with the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, Prof.
Thank you so much, and thank you so much for indulging me today. I always get excited when there's another Mpho in the room, so I'd like to say my special greetings to Abuti Bizo. As the global North technology companies started pumping money into R&D for AI, and digital transformation came about around that time. So then I decided, okay, this is quite interesting, I'm going to invest in myself. Now, the first thing I did is that I involved in enterprise architecture course because I thought, this is like building a house, right? When you build a house, you need to have an architect to build a house. So you need to know where the pipes go, right? You need to know where the electricity meter will be. You need to know where and how you can build, and you need to get it approved, right? This is what you do when you extend your house. If you don't do it, the city of Joburg will come and demolish it because it doesn't make sense. And this is how I view digital transformation. And then around that time, I wanted to enter the entrepreneurship landscape, but there were a lot of things that were stressing me out, right? The uncertainty of funding, how to start, where to start. I'm known as an academic. When I walk in, people look at academics as free consultants. Yeah, you can give me 10 students to do this. So then I decided to know, not only for me as a teacher and as a mentor, I decided, okay, let's try something here. I need to give young entrepreneurs a space to fail while they're still young. So they kind of a sandbox. They come together, they try an idea, it doesn't work for 2 years, then they can try something else. And I wanted to view entrepreneurship as a venture. So you fail in a venture, you start again. You fail in another one, you start again. It's fun. It's actually quite fun when you're 20 and not when you're 35. Right? So I then founded the Technopreneurship Center exactly for that. And then in 2022, or 2023, one thing that I saw is that a lot of our ventures fail. There's something that the guys in the US are getting right. And they're getting right because a lot of the successful ones come from rich families. Mommy is on the board, mommy will talk to the other board member, and so on and so forth. But there was also something about entrepreneurship, also in East Africa, that we were not getting right. So I made my way up to the US, to MIT, to figure out, the owner of Bose, the speaker system, is a scientist, right? Engineer, professor, partnered up with his student, and Bose came about. Now Bose is, I think Dr. Otendo was right, started as a small business by 2 scientists to become what it is right now, a multinational engineering company. So I went there, I met with the founders there, and one thing that came about was we are over-incubating and not appropriately mentoring. So we brought back to South Africa the venture mentoring services. So we don't mentor an entrepreneur, there's a lot of things for that. We mentor your venture, we mentor your business, and make your business thrive. Right. And then for myself in 2023, after I came back from the US, Promise Tech came. Because it became very apparent to me that everyone that I speak to about digital transformation kind of parrots what they hear from big tech, from the media, from white papers. And I could not get the sense that people understand what digital transformation is for the public sector, for the mining sector. There was this one-size-fits-all from some report from an American company that we're using and taking that framework, applying it, and we were failing. And the good news for all of us here is that not only are SMMEs struggling with digital transformation, but even large corporations are really, really struggling. So we are all in the same boat in terms of DX. Now, can we go to the next slide? Do I have a pointer? Right. So today, after this 15 minutes, I would like for you to actually have an idea of what is digital transformation, particularly for the SMME sector. And I'm quite aware that this is a very broad sector. We always say SMME, and we want to compare micro enterprise with the medium enterprise, which is also another mistake. But today, we're going to try to speak in a language that fits everyone. We're also going to identify challenges and opportunities. And you're going to be shocked that the challenges and opportunities that we are facing cannot be fixed by tech, unfortunately, right? So we're going to go back to the basics of business. Some strategies. And throughout this whole 15-20 minutes, I'm going to talk about a real-life example. Right. So 2010, 2011, I got bored after my master's degree of doing computational. So I've always done Robert Speaks Sesotho, Setswana, Sepedi, and all this stuff. And then I got bored, right? And then for my PhD, I didn't really know what to do. And then my supervisor said then we went to Hermanus for a holiday with my supervisors. And then there I said, I would like to do something scientific, so I want to take pure maths. But I want to model something that is not blue sky, as mathematicians do. So born, bred, Soweto, the dusty streets, I'm quite old, I mean looking young, so I still am from the dusty streets of Soweto. And around that time, 2011, 2012, there was this complaints. Our sponsor shops were starting to close. Right? And people were like, yo, Somalians, Pakistanis, very good sponsor shop. And I just could not understand. We knew why we could not compete, but there was no tangible data and evidence. There were no studies that tell us why South African-owned sponsor shops are failing. Then I took that upon myself to say, I want to understand what they're failing and how we can transform them digitally, right? At that time, digital transformation was not a buzzword. Right? This is me saying, how can technology, this is a problem, how does technology facilitate? The buzzword doesn't exist. Remember, these words only exist when they become marketed. But this is basically digital transformation. So one of the things that I then went to research and found, papers, it's not a South African problem. Micro enterprises in South Africa don't like to collaborate, right? You'll be shocked. Everything is a competition, even other shops. And the they fight, right? Which is a different ball game altogether when you think about the Middle East. A whole of everyone selling rats, no problem. This doesn't happen in Africa, right? Number one, there's a lack of trust. So collaboration, and you're not gonna force it. There's one thing that you need to understand. Changing culture is a very different thing, and if you can get ahead around it, do it, right? Otherwise, you'll end up spending 90% of your time talking to people, telling them to change their personality, their attitudes, and people at a certain age just don't want to do it. Number two that we found when I was doing my PhD was that a lot of time is spent up and down. Go buy Coke, come back. Go buy bread, come back. Every time they go and stock, they close the shop. Now, the foreign owned, for some reason, get delivered, right? And they buy in bulk. There are no stockouts. Ours get stockouts every so often. Every couple of days there's a stockout. Close, sunshine, come back. Now, this means high transactional costs and not a very sustainable business practice. This is also what we found. Number two, you cannot negotiate discounts if you buy B2B2. You don't have group purchasing power. Now, knowing there's a lack of trust, high transactional costs, never going to collaborate because that's not how they do business. They see that as competition. And one person running the show. How do we make tech make their lives easy? This is where digital transformation is. We need a solution where they work together, but they don't feel like they're working together, right? We need a system that doesn't make them close their shops when they place orders, right? Where they can place orders in the comfort of their home, but be able to actually leverage on group purchasing power. And this is when I came out with the virtual buying cooperative. So you have a simple solution on your app, you order, and then you have virtual agents on the cloud that negotiate for you. I want 10 bags of leads. Then the system says, who else wants leads? You need to close this deal in 15 minutes. Everyone comes in, group together, then go to the supplier's one entity. Because the algorithms do things for you. They negotiate for you. Negotiate, come back, close the deal, everyone, and then logistics takes over, and then everyone is happy. You only partnered for big of leads. If you want Coke, different thing. Now, no one is closing their shop, no one is being friends with each other. Hello, Yani. We are not jealous of each other. We still, it's a kind of thing, sort of, right? This is a very big thing. I once walked with a robot behind me in Bloemfontein. So I had Scott coming behind me. And I had just been newly initiated. So I was still wearing my feet. And the security guard was genuinely shocked. And I got on that, oh, there's a really talk, she said, and he was right. It's a weird thing. You have a someone walking in front and a dog walking behind her. That is a robot that can dance and jump. It's a culture shock, right? And you need to also understand this. Now, this is the virtual bank cooperative at Maloyan. Virtual bank transformation is supposed to work. You have a very clear pain point that you need to solve. You don't rush to technology. You find a way as to how technology can fix it. This is a different thing than buying a technology, right? You're saying, I'm in manufacturing, and there's this tender coming out, we want some AI component, I'm going to SourceFin and give them, and then I'm going to spend 40% of that money on technology. First of all, who's going to use that? Are your staff members ready to use that technology? Are they trained to use that technology? Do you have the infrastructure? We have infrastructure problems in South Africa. Load shedding. What happens when the load shedding happens? Other things that we take for granted. As much as technology has permeated our lives, South Africans are still very much technophobes. Right? This is how people are making 50 rand per booking appointment for home affairs outside offices. Remember now you have to book online. Certain assumptions were made. Home affairs is really going through, am I being recorded? Home affairs is going through a digital transformation journey, which is perfect. It makes our life very easy. Remember, when digital also minimizes room for fraud. You have cybersecurity, but fraud because human error and human interference become less. But now the problem is you have the system that everyone who enters our country needs to use it, right? We all need birth certificates, we all need IDs. Now you are saying that everyone you cannot just come and make people come out. Now several assumptions were made in this journey. Is that your average South African has money to buy data to book home affairs. See, this is digital transformation failing, right? Another assumption is everyone has access to a smartphone. Because according to some stats, some consulting company, we have a 90% mobile penetration, right? This is what the stats are saying. We don't know this is the stats that's been going around. Another assumption is that people, nothing is in English. Everyone in South Africa can read English and interact with English interfaces. Now, these three assumptions seem to be failing. If you go right now from a appointment or go report, there are people sitting outside with their smartphones charging other people $50 so they can make an online booking for you. So this journey that was supposed to be so transformative and level the playing field and reduce queues is ending up exploiting people. Another one, fintech. We always talk about fintech as this holy grail. And when Professor came, Professor became the holy grail. Right? The world stopped and said Africa is doing things. Right? We saw, Professor being duplicated, Lithuania, Afghanistan, Africa was. East Africa came into the net. Now, without ethical gatherings, what did the Professor do? And it's right? Payday loans, high interest, became machonista in and of itself. So people are being exploited. Digital fintech, digital inclusion of banking, no ethical governance, people get exploited. So this is basically how you need to do digital transformation. So what does it do for your business? Right? The first thing you need to understand is what is my biggest pain point? If the biggest pain point, but I'm in this business now, I've been here for 3 years. If your biggest pain point is that, for instance, the gentleman was saying he's been on the panel for 3 years, but he's not getting into business. The first thing you need to ask yourself, is this a tech problem? Or is this a networking problem? Or is this a problem where, humans are biased and corrupt by nature, and therefore there's nothing tech can do for me, right? And you'll find that no. What is your biggest problem? My biggest problem may be access to markets, right? Now, access to markets is accessing clients, expanding the business. And this is one that I got very, very wrong when I opened Procurement. I assumed that being a professor and people getting free labor from me will pay for me to now do consulting. Horrible mistake, right? It took me 2 years to really, really define the why I'm in business, right? Because one thing that I didn't understand is that consultants is usually a traditional way. You work for the big consulting firms, you have your client Rolodex, and then you open up your firm, and then you take your clients with you. Now, academic consulting, still doing academic, still UJ, still 2 badges, it really didn't work out. So I had to reconsider. This was not a tech problem. This was a branding problem, right? This was a networking. This was me rebranding as a consultant, and tech had nothing to do with it. But you know what I needed to understand? My digital presence. Social media. If it's a branding problem, it doesn't mean tech is not a problem. It means how do I present myself, my website, where I speak, how I actually look. So basically, I had to now rebrand from academia, where I can come wearing ties to a talk, to Mr. Media. But tech now solves the marketing problem. Another marketing problem, think about you own a hair salon in Soweto, right? And the problem is people now are busy, right? All LSMs, we are busy, it's a very highly busy. I think we are in late stage capitalism. We're not busy, we're busy. So no one wants to sit at the salon because they are working more, right? So how can then tech solve this? A booking system. Should I now go and buy a booking system that requires me to pay 500 per month subscription? No, I can use WhatsApp, right? I can use WhatsApp, I can use free tools, so I don't need to buy. I'm solving one problem and then I'm out. I want to enter African markets. There's an African free trade. Sure, the trade is there, the policies are there, but they're not going to help you get business, right? How then can technology open up you to global markets? And this is basically how one should always view digital transformation. Now, Dr. Utendo talked about an elephant. Digital transformation is a journey, right? It's not a sprint. Your big organizations, if you look at the stories, even in global north, everyone who tried a sprint failed. Over 70% of all digital transformation projects, even in large corporations, fail because everyone is trying to sprint. Everyone is buying technology and then trying to plug it in after without a strategy. So A, have a strategy. Have your why. Why am I in business and what am I doing? Right? How am I not leaping to the next stage? That is number 2. Right? What is my biggest hurdle? What is my biggest pain point? Now, what exists out there that will allow me to actually do? This is where technology comes in. Sometimes you just have to fire your secretary, and that is not a technology problem. If you are having a problem of missing meetings and appointments, maybe fire your PA and make it a new one and leave the paper alone. That also works. And sometimes you don't even need a PA. Some of the things that we do as SMMEs, we always try to appear larger than we are. So we have a lot of overheads. I have a PA, you find someone that, no, it's just my PA, and then my secretary, and then my photographer. What? So you need to always find why and how and why. So what exists in the market, right? And before you sign up for digital transformation, because of the big guys that are running it, they have learned that we will grab anything and everything as long as the right person says it. Right. So do not grab, and for us as SMMEs, because we like to be incubated, we want to join this program. Always think about if I join and I'm using that suite, and then after the program is done for 12 months, where is my data when I'm there? Can I still access it? And then post the 12 months, how much do I need to pay to still use their services? If I'm off. So all those questions you need to ask before you jump. Right. I'm not going to name companies because that's still one business, but this happens a lot with incubation, right? Incubation programs have now moved to creating food soldiers for big tech. You enter, you use the things, it's free for 12 months. After 12 months, now you have to be subscription. Again, the program is done. So think about what you're signing up for. And if there's something, there's no free things in tech, right? Either you pay or you take your data and make our things better. But think about which is the best model. I always say, I don't mind Google because Google knows how many hours I sleep, when I take my son to daycare. Google knows I'm here. It knows when I have to leave. Yes, when I tell me very soon. But that suite is so good, I don't care that Google knows everything that I do. It knows my heart rate, it knows everything, right? It's in my car. If someone were to hack into it today, we are all going to be in trouble, right? It knows too much, but I don't mind because it works for me. So I am giving away my data knowing what I'm doing back. Now, micro businesses thrive with mobile money, but you need to decide, right? One of the myths, mobile money too expensive. There are free tools, but no one to get out. And think about what is the best thing. For instance, e-wallet. If you accept e-wallet, you've already started to transform, right? You're moving away from cash only business. You may not be aware, but you've already transformed. I mean, you may get problems with your with SARS, but what they don't know what happened. But think about, what mobile money looks like to you and how much you're willing to spend and how much moving from cash only to this payment will actually help you. So once you have these pillars, you need to also understand what makes a digital transformation journey. The reason that you are here and someone can call and say, hey, we just had people need to apply for a tender now and want to put you in, but we have to put it in 5 hours. And you can go out and start filling in forms and pulling things. Because of cloud computing, right? It allows us to access everything everywhere. So it's good. So the question is, what do you want on the cloud that will convenience you to access anything every time, anywhere, right? So that you don't have to go to your office to actually get it. Another pillar is the fact that when you move, I think it's like 4. We have talked about this. I'm running. Data analytics, right? Data is not just digital data, right? If you own a hair salon, you know, or in the beauty industry, hair salons sometimes when I work in this shop and stuff, SMMEs stuff like what? Let's say I'm in the beauty industry, right? Business gets slow in winter, right? But if I know this ahead of time, to say, okay, this is what my data shows me, right? And now I have strategy, I've defined a strategy. If I can plan that for May, June, July, this is what I'm targeting. These are my specials, right? I mean, the beauty industry, the specials are going to be on braids and dreadlocks. My nails also, certain colors are going to be on sale because they're not moving. Already you are using data strategy. Your data is informed decision making. And then tech comes in to say, okay, how am I going to do my marketing for this? Right? How am I going to reach my clients? Automation. I know a lot of you guys are now, I heard someone saying they're doing a full automation system. Automation allows you to work faster and avoid repetitive stuff. And one of the things that people don't understand about AI is a very simple thing. We're trying to make the systems be as smart as us, if not smarter. The problem is we don't know what makes a human smart. So that one, we're not going to get it. Right? No scientists are now artificial general intelligence, but also they have to sell ChatGPT again. So that's not talking about that. But if we don't know what makes human intelligence, we really cannot model it. And for now, we don't know. We don't know how the brain works. We don't know what makes the brain brain. So we can't really model it. But from the inception of AI, we've always wanted the systems to make our lives easy, operational efficiency. So if you take that and say, what is something that I hate doing, right? Invoicing, reminding people of their appointments. If you are in the service industry, you want people to know that, for 4 weeks from now, you need to do your nails, right? I mean, I always tell people who do my stuff to say, please let me know that 4 weeks to come do my nails, otherwise I don't care, right? Let me know to come do my hair, otherwise I don't care. So these are things, if you are in those kind of industries, that can help you, right? Automate things that are quite annoying for you. This works. Cybersecurity. SMMEs are quite broad, so you need to actually think about if something were to go wrong, where are you most compromised? Right? What is the most precious asset in your business? Don't think about digital things. As I said, leave the digital alone. Transform your mind before you digital transform. And then think about anything that is now digital. If someone hacks into it, what do you stand most to lose? You're gonna be quite interested to know that procurement and supply chain are literally the biggest things that cyber hackers go to. That's where the money is, right? So for those of you who actually have this component in your business, cybersecurity, think about supply chain and procurement. This is where they go to. Training and development. Training and development is not just signing up for Microsoft courses. It's also teaching your people how to fully use a laptop and a computer. And the suite, right? How to write and answer emails, if that is important to you, right? Think about the skilling. And external partnerships. You don't have to do it alone. I think small micro businesses and small businesses like myself like to do it alone because for some reason we also want the legacy to say, I want to be like the Trumps and only Trump who can. Sometimes it's just not worth it and it makes life easier and it makes your life painful. So if you can leverage on partnerships, do it and run with it. If you can partner with a big organization or a medium enterprise to make your life easy, go for it. Lessons done. And just future trends, but I think guys, we have touched on this. Now, one of the things that I didn't touch on is mobile first commerce, right? Digital transformation is not just being on the digital space or digital economy, it's about business needs tech. However, it's important to know that your presence in the digital world is quite important because your partners are there, your vendors are there, your suppliers are there, your customers are there, and they expect you to be there, right? If I don't have to drive to come to you to get a service, then I would prefer to get it online. And if I can get it online, I'm not coming to you. So this is quite important. If you think about the Checkers brand 10 years ago, and what Checkers 60 did for Checkers, then you will understand this mobile first commerce, right? Even now, if I were to ask any of you, if you prefer Woolies Dash or Checkers 60, right? Because they went in, that was the biggest brand, overhaul that we've ever seen. On time, sure, they get into accidents and stuff, but they get the thing for 60 seconds. So mobile first commerce is quite important. Now, digital transformation is about two things. Why are you in business? Where you want to get to? What is actually stopping you from getting there? And how can technology assist you? So business needs tech in terms of digital transformation, and technology never leaves the business side of it.
Thanks, Bro, for that powerful session. I think for me, the takeaway message is that digital transformation and digital access is not just a shiny tool, right? It starts with thinking and deeply and reflecting on the kind of problems that you are facing and how you're going to challenge them. I am going to ask Madam Chair for 3 minutes for maybe 3 or 4 questions. A good friend once told me that a good question is 10 words or less. So if you go beyond 10 words, I'm going to go to the next person. Any questions in the house for Prof? There's two hands aside. I'll start with you gentlemen over there, and you lady in the scarf. So I do have a roving mic close to you.
No, but I think I'm audible.
Okay, 10 minutes or less. We are being timed. Or 10 words or less.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Kakiso Lafato from the Fika Hive Energy. So, in terms of what you said, AI and that, adapting with technology, please educate your colleagues. We live in a global economy. Let's stop using the phrase couch economy. Right now, we are faced with digital security, identity of everyone here. That we don't register ourselves in the AI stuff. And people are now being hacked and identities are stolen to be used for fraud globally. What are you doing about it, and how are we going to protect ourselves in that?
Thank you, sir. And the lady in the black. And can you maintain your hands so that I can come to you? I see you.
Thank you.
I see.
Thank you, Professor, for your presentation. It's Lizelle Kramberg from LBK 5.0. So you did say, and I think this is a question not just for the professor but for the house as well, triggered again by the professor. You did say, for example, that it might not be that your solution is doing a Microsoft online course, which that is everywhere. When we go online and try to find a way to get our heads around this digital transformation or digital skills, that's what we find. Why is it that we don't? Maybe there is a place, and I don't know about it, that we have authentic providers like yourself at scale providing us a solution that can give us an algorithm where we can say, this is our plan, and then we can be directed to the solution in terms of what technology we should use or what we should use technology for. Why is it that we don't have that? Someone also earlier mentioned something about, we don't yet use those training providers. I think the other time said something about there's a woman about software, a software marketplace. Why don't we have that? What is causing us not to have access to resources like this?
Thank you so much. I've got 2 gentlemen over there. No is on the same line. No preamble, just your name and your question in 10 words or less. And I've got the gentleman there at the back for the last question. And then we'll wrap up. Thank you so much.
Good day, everyone. I'm Koto from Blaze and Associates, and I'm in the art business, right? And my question is one: how do we upskill this new buzzword? It's called vibe coding. Yeah. And how do we get ahead of these buzzwords? And how do we upskill in time for them? Because a week ago you learned blockchain, a week later it's Web3, a week later it's that and the third. So Konamanje, there's a thing called vibe coding.
Thank you so much. The last question, and then we'll wrap up. Thank you, sir. No preamble, directly to the question. I hope you know him.
Thank you so much, Prof. Mpo. Mine is just to briefly to perhaps tailor-make a program for particularly the BMF young professionals or BMF SMMEs, so that we don't. I don't want to GMs on your list.
Yeah.
We have already GMs. But if you can tailor-make something for us, because I'm running an innovation company, there are many that will want to benefit from the knowledge that you share with us. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. And Prof, in 1 minute or less, quick question.
Sure. I think Osman we will explore that in terms of making this a course. In terms of, I think the question, all these questions are actually the same thing, right? How do we get over the hype and not get overly distracted? Again, why are you in business and what do you want to get out of it? Once you stay with that, there are things like blockchain over 3 are not going to, because remember, this is a race that you are in, and therefore, you don't have to be easily distracted by other things. Number 2, partner with experts. Know when you are in a company, as a founder or CEO, and you're saying, listen, now I have a Rolodex, so my role in this company is partnership, stakeholders, and marketing. Stick to that. Let the tech guys deal with blockchain and Web3. And if you find that you don't have that expertise, maybe it's time to co-found that company, right? But again, this is the master class that he was talking about. When you talk about founding a company and what you need. Because a one-man show, you get easily distracted, right? What you're dealing with now is what previous, the previous generation dealt with. To go to a tender briefing, you need to hire a Porsche or a Mercedes and wear a nice suit. Those are still the same thing, just different ones, right? But that is a case nonetheless. The reason I opened up or founded Procurement was I was very aware that we need an Afrocentric, ethical, and a firm that understands inclusive AI for South Africa, right? So I didn't want to hear stats about India, right? I really, this taking stats from the global north or even Latin America and putting them here is what causes us to fail. So Procurement is made specifically to solve African problems. So one of the things that we found, and that also answers the gentleman's question, we are now working on a project on the data economy in South Africa, right? It's part of a global project. You'll be shocked that outside of the formal banking industry, we are not collecting any digital data, right? SMMEs. And I have interviewed and for this study, right? This is a Procurement study. SMMEs, sure, we have stats to say, but outside of that, I could not get how much money circulates in stockpiles. Various societies. And this, every time you hear from a business, they talk about it, the township economy. But no one, there is no agency that could give me that stats. Right? And I interviewed for board members down, right? The energy sector, right? If there's data in silos, different bits of data, and everything else is what the World Bank said, right? And this is a problem. Agriculture is still the same problem, right? And agriculture is a food system that moves from farm to table. It affects nutrition, it affects health. But we don't know what happens here. We could not understand. And this is the reason for Procurement. Why you're not hearing from most of us is because I do not have a marketing budget. I do not have the staff. I do not have the kind of money to go head to head with the big consulting firms. So you don't hear about us, and also because of the partnerships that I have. So if you and me partner today, we are not going to get as much business than if I partner with Big Tech. So these are the things that really affect small businesses. And there's a lot of need here. There's a lot of guys with consulting firms here. And you're not hearing from us because we just don't have big budgets, which we have for. And in terms of cybersecurity and digital fraud and digital ID, he has a company in digital IDs, and I think people can take it from there. I'm not a cybersecurity expert. The last time I did anything close to cybersecurity was in third year undergrad. So I would not know. I know which sectors are more compromised and which systems and divisions, but I do not like speaking on things I'm not an expert on.
Okay. I think let's put our hands together for and in closing, I think some of these questions reflect on the opportunities that are there. Madam Chair and President, there's somebody who's asked for a similar content and masterclass on a continuous basis for the BMF community. That's an action point. Service providers that help this community. Collaboration was spoken about very widely. Somebody professed to open books and checks. So there's a collaboration opportunity, there's an open book, there's an open checkbook. So next time we come here, we don't say we can't compete. We definitely can. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Olelo Zulu, this is Prof. Mpole. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I think while the system side is 50 years, I don't want her to steal my time off the stage. At all, at all.
This is my hand. This is yours? Yes? Thank my phone.
Thank you so much. I think we can give them a round of applause. That was a brilliant lecture, by the way. It was amazing. Like, I wanted to stop people. I was like, I also want to know. So yeah, I think this is good. This is good. Thank you so much. I think let's give her another round of applause for that. That was valuable. Are the entrepreneurs in the building? How are we feeling?
Great.
Are we good? Mr. President, the entrepreneurs, please. Entrepreneurs, are we good? Thank you, Mr. President. You provided the platform and we appreciate it. Right. So I think just before we move on to our panelists, this is going to be a very heated panelist because these are people that have actually walked the journey, right? These are people that are actually here to answer the practical questions that you have, right? You're in a place in your life and you're like, Nasha, I hear all the knowledge, but where do I start? Where do I go? Where do I begin? How did you get there? Where are you going, I always hear entrepreneurs saying that, I wish someone can tell me, like, from here, where do I move? From here, where do I stand? And now this is the moment, right? So because this is the moment, I just want us to stand, let's shake our bodies a little, and let's sit down so we can work on it. Yes. So I wish I had a roll call that I do. Oh, I do actually. I'm a teacher. So we're just going to say, I am high. Yeah, I am high. Let's go. I am high. Again. I am high. Last one. I am high. All right, thank you. You can sit down. Right. Now, before I call call my amazing panelists on stage, I just want to point out a few key points, right? Now, contrary to popular belief, right, I'm also an entrepreneur, and I've walked the journey, and I hear my ikhalazo, you know, when entrepreneurs say, no, there's no this, there's no that, yeah, no, please, you need to tell us where to go, you know, you need to cut the red tape, da, 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 da. And while I'm listening and I'm thinking, and I know I said to one of my colleagues that sometimes entrepreneurs need the tough love, right? They need the reality check as well, as much as the red tape exists, but you need that push now to get things done and to get things right. And that's the resilience we talk about. As much as now, you know, the person that didn't go through the struggle will say, no, but there's this at the bench, I can't do this. There's people that have actually walked the journey with those red tapes, right? And they conquered and they made it, right? And there's people that actually run successful corporate companies that didn't get even 2 rands of funding. And those are the people that we should ask, how did you do that, right? And there's a saying that says, funders will only fund a moving train, right? Which just, sometimes it sounds harsh, but which basically means that get a prototype of your idea, right? Run it and see if it makes money. So that if somebody invests in you, they can see where the return of investment will come from, right? And it's very important that as an entrepreneur, you self-reflect and you actually hear the hard truths about entrepreneurship, because, like I said, nobody's going to give you money. If they don't, no, you. Thank you. All right. So I'm going to call on my amazing panelists to join me on stage. The first person I'm going to call on is Mr. Nalvin Maji, the CEO of Brand South Africa. Please give him a round of applause as he makes his way on stage. Now, he is the CEO of Brand South Africa, the official marketing agency to improve its global competitiveness. He also serves as the CEO of the official trade and investment agency for the KwaZulu-Natal province, where he championed a number of economic development initiatives, including the establishment and launch of the one-stop shop. With his role as the CEO of Brand South Africa, he is responsible for protecting and marketing the South African brand. He is committed to revitalizing the country's image, driving stakeholder engagement, and positioning South Africa as a globally competitive and reputable national brand. Please give him a round of applause. Up next, I'm calling my other bestie, Kaima. I have besties in big places. I'm doing the thing that you're supposed to be doing today. I hope you started, right? Up next, I'm going to call up Ms. Babalangonyama, who is the CEO of Scenario Group, Scenario Global, and Sis Babala is a leader synonymous with excellence, empowerment, and transformation in South Africa's corporate sector. As a founder of Scenario Global, a member of the Johannesburg Stock Exchange, and drive force behind Scenario Global, she has made remarkable strides in reshaping the financial services landscape. Wanyama's commitment to advancing women's roles is amplified by her founding chairmanship of the African Women Chartered Accountants, where she accelerates the development of Black female chartered accountants and equips them with the tools needed for leadership roles. As a mentor and advocate, Wanyama continues to shape South Africa and global visions and impact. Please give her a round of applause. Next on my panel is Ms. Notipo Armstrong, who is the MD of Armstrong, right? Notipo Armstrong is the co-founder and managing director of Armstrong Pty Ltd, a 100% female black-owned business that operates in the sectors of building, engineering, and mining services. Now, the company has been operating in South Africa and parts of West Africa for the past 10 years. As a CIBD grade 8 GBCE organization, the organization has established itself as a female force that is gaining traction not only for effective delivery, but quality delivery standards. With a career spanning over 50 years in corporate and business sector, Nosipa's expertise extends far beyond traditional construction practices,
with her bachelor's degree in HR and internationally accredited MDIT Master Coach qualification and an NLP practitioner enterprise. Nosipa possesses a unique blend of skills that drive transformation change in a largely male-dominated sector, where yearns for balance when it comes to aspects of equity, equality, representation, skills development, and female participation. Wow, that was a mouthful. Last but not least, Mr. Tato Mutlong, founder of how do you name? No. Right. So, Mr. Tato is the creative founder of Knowlton. That's right. Oh, thank God. Of Knowlton PTY Ltd, a South African luxury shoe brand, logo is handcrafted bespoke leather cordway. With a passion for precise and design, Tato blends traditional craftsmanship with modern aesthetics, creating shoes that are as unique as their wearers. Committed to delivering high quality, personalized footwear, he leads a thriving business that focuses on delivering exceptional products and building lasting client relationships through social media and word of mouth. Round of applause for my friend. Right. Now, before, this is how we're going to facilitate this slide, right? By the way, my name is Prudence Lugo. I'm a PR specialist, and I am moderating this panel. So now, before I start moderating the panel, this is how I'm going to do it, right? I'm going to ask I'm going to ask one question to the panelists, right? And then I'm going to allow them to talk. Then I'm going to take 4 questions. 2 on the left, 2 on the right. Right? And then we're going to continue with the panel discussions. If you have any other questions after that, you must write them down. Thank you. Alright. Welcome. And it's so exciting to actually moderate this panel because hi, can I please, can the technical team please help me with the mics? Thank you. So, while the technical team is assisting me in that, I'm going to pose one question, right? This is a realistic question. Firstly, how has your journey of being an entrepreneur been, right? What is your greatest challenge? And how do you overcome the challenge? That's 3 minutes, 4 minutes, 3 minutes, 4 minutes, and then we can move on, right? Thank you so much. Right. Let's start with. Okay, ladies first. No, ladies first.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much, students, for the opportunity. I will stand on all existing protocol, but I just also want to acknowledge the president of the BMF. Thank you so much for giving us the opportunity to come here as entrepreneurs in the entrepreneurial space and have real conversations with you, because we all know what it is like out there, right? And the truth of the matter is that being an entrepreneur is challenging. If I knew what I knew about it before I got into it, I probably would not have gotten into it. But when you take that leap of faith, you don't see the full picture. It's been a challenging journey, to answer your question. It's been a challenging journey, especially being a woman in the construction space that is very male-dominated. You have to prove yourself, not just because you've got the skills, the expertise, you've done the work. You are sitting with your you are sitting with big names, big companies, and here you are, not just as a black person, but as a black female. So you have to do double the work. You have to do the work of proving yourself that my skills, my capacity, my abilities have got me to this table. I'm here, I'm seated with you. So that should speak for itself, but it doesn't. And that's the truth of the matter. It doesn't speak for itself. You have to do the extra work. And unfortunately, this is not something that a lot of entrepreneurs think about. We don't think about the fact that we have to put in the extra work, whether you are in the male-dominated space, whichever industry you are in, you just have to work twice as hard. What has carried me through the journey is knowing that, knowing the why. You see the bigger picture. The rewards are there. The money is there. You are making a difference in your world, in your community. You are, sometimes you have to carry the burden of responsibility when it comes to change. You have to take it upon yourself that maybe I'm the first, but I'm certainly not going to be the last. Maybe this is my time to be here so that the next woman who's coming after me doesn't have to work twice as hard as I have worked. Maybe it's also about making sure that being on this table and being in this room, I make doors and space open for other women to come into it as well, because it is all about collaboration. Absolutely. One of the reasons I can sit in those rooms with those big players is because of collaboration. So I go into those rooms because I've partnered with a consulting engineering company who's also a female entrepreneur. I've partnered with a funding agency that's an international organization. So I'm going into that room not alone, but I know I've got the skills, the capacity, and the team that is fully behind me to ensure that I need to deliver as and when I can. Thank you.
That's fine. So, what an interesting. Asking, how is the entrepreneurial journey? And it's a very important question, because there are certain assumptions we make as an entrepreneur where we think that this journey is an easy journey. And when we see people that are successful, we think that, I can do it as well. Yes, you can, of course, you can. But it is a very, very interesting journey, I must tell you. It's a journey that is full of its ups and downs. There are times when you celebrate as an entrepreneur the success of winning that tender, but I can assure you, after you have won that tender, the next thing that comes is a massive challenge. That follows the delivery, the execution, being paid on time, and all sort of other things. So it is similar to the weather that we deal with, where you have winter times, you have summer times, there is autumn, there is spring. That is an entrepreneurial journey. So it's very, very important for us as we navigate and we walk this journey. We appreciate that, because then you will be able to overcome, so that when it's winter time, you don't say, why it's winter? Why am I going through this difficulty? You know that winter is natural, it will always be there, difficult times will be there, but what you do in winter, you wear your jacket, you wear your scarves, you wear your, you just make sure that you are fit and proper for that. When it's summertime, you save and you reserve something for winter, because winter is coming. So once you are enjoying a particular phase, just prepare for the next phase. So that is the experience of being an entrepreneur, and it happens to all of us. If you talk to successful entrepreneurs and those who are not successful, even though they were not successful, they've had good times though, And you're asking them, what was our biggest challenge? Our biggest challenge was scaling up. As an entrepreneur, you want to grow. You want prosperity. And when you have a product or a service that you are offering, you always think that customers will take on, and you begin to have big budget. You think, I'm going to make 10 million, I'm going to sell, and this is a great product. And when it's out there in the market, you realize that actually the response is not what you had anticipated. So that is the challenge of scaling up your business. So we have overcome it at scenario. Basically, we've been clear in our mind that we must clarify our people's organization. Why are we here? And what is important about that purpose as to why we're here is it must talk to the client that we are serving. It's about how people's lives. We have impacted scenario, and that's what guides us as we go through the process. So we trade in the continent, intra-Africa. We trade in the DRC, for example, it's our biggest market. We trade in Zambia, we trade in Swaziland, we trade across the continent. But when we go to our biggest market, the DRC, we try and understand those clients. What do they want? How do they use our product? Because South Africa, we have all the agricultural product that our African counterpart needs to eat. And then you say to yourself, what do they use my product with? If I'm selling potatoes, well, how do they cook those potatoes? It will not be like South Africa. If I'm selling meat, how do they cook that? That has helped us a lot is to focus on our own personal development as well. The development of our organization intellectually, is very, very important. So it's important for your staff, for your team to know what matters. You don't want to be swayed by everything. When, like as I'm talking to you today, we have a massive crisis in the DRC, if I may share. When we woke up this morning, our stock of millimil, we had sent about 7 containers of millimil about 2 weeks ago. It was stolen when we woke up. We got that call in the morning from the team. They said, we sold it to a client. And when they went there to open for the client to take the store, the warehouse is empty. Now you have been paid by the client. We were brought in Mozambique. We remember in Mozambique when there was a political riot, we had about 10,000 tons of chicken in Mozambique. First thing that they did when they had those riots, they cleaned our fridges. We were grateful that at least the fridges were still left intact. So this is happening for the second time now. And when the challenge that we even have more now is that when we had a problem in Mozambique, the insurance paid us and we walked. And we struggled then in the DRC to get insurance. Now we're having a problem of being uninsured. 7 containers gone. But guess what? Always there's a light here in the tunnel that we look at on the brighter side. Funny enough, we sell to women entrepreneurs in the DRC, in Central Africa generally. The women are very strong entrepreneurs. They have pyramid schemes. So you sell to a few women and they sell to other women. We sell to those women, we sell to retail, and we sell to government, like your army, your prison, your one thing. Why I'm saying this now, this stock that we had sold, it was going to the army. It was the soldiers with their trucks that went to pick up the stock. And when they found that there is nothing, they started calling the landlord, how did we become here? Where is our stock? Tell us. So now, whilst I'm sitting here, the team gave me an update saying that they've already caught 3 people. You see, and we have I'm just saying, those are the challenges you face as an entrepreneur when you wake up in the morning. Let me leave it there for now.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I know. You really do want to speak to us.
Yes. Greetings to all. My name is Tajimoto. I'm going to talk about my creative and my entrepreneurial journey. I think one of the things that we always talk about as business people or people in general is starting a business, but we never really talk about scaling a business, right? And I think a lot of people always say start, but it's hard to start a business. It's hard to start a business, it's hard to maintain a business. And I think for me as a creative, I think a lot of creative people get in a loop of being creative. We don't think about being business people, and it's very important to move from just being a creative individual to actually being a business person, because you don't want to be stuck in a loop of being a creative. You want to actually move away from that mindset of just being a creative, because if you do, yeah, you're gonna be stuck. So I think my creative journey has been great, and it has been filled with a lot of challenges, from just selling shoes to actually getting bunches of, like, from selling one shoe to actually selling 100 pairs of shoes. We make school children shoes, we make safety boots. It started off as something I couldn't afford shoes when I started, and now I'm selling over hundreds of shoes, 400 pairs. So I think if there's something I can say today, start. But in your journey, remember that you have to scale that business. Don't just be a small business. Try to meet up with people who have made their mark in the businesses. And I want to appreciate Mukomute for this opportunity. He's been a very great individual in my business, actually growing and scaling up. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. You really do sound like no man. The challenges are challenging. It's been a journey and a half, but thank you so much. Yes.
Oh, thank you. The reason I wanted to speak last is because I want to tell you that one day when I grow up, I want to own my own business.
Okay.
So I've been running businesses, but not my own business. But you have to obviously look after it as if it's your own. As you introduced me, one of the portfolios I used to be in charge of was Trade and Investment KwaZulu-Natal, which is an investment agency. And my role was to support a lot of businesses in either getting into markets, domestically or internationally. So I'm going to give you pointers from what I've seen people do wrong and what I've seen people do right. And a lot of it has been covered by the panel members. The first thing is what you said last, knowledge. Knowledge is power. If you don't understand what you're doing, and if you don't empower yourself, then you're going to be left behind, because others are going to speak over you, or others are going to quickly see that you've got no idea what you're talking about, and then look at somebody else. So you must have knowledge, you must empower yourself with knowledge. If you're getting into a sector that you don't understand, please study it, understand it, know it from A to Z. Because if you don't understand it, you're going to lose out. Number two, there are a lot of instruments that are driven by government that can help you, right? Don't be quick to listen to somebody else who had a bad experience with a CEDA or a DTI, and you think that is the case with everything. Unless you try and get yourself into it, then you want to know. So please utilize the instruments that are there Those instruments are designed to help you and to empower you. And a lot of them come free of charge for yourselves. So please utilize those instruments, because if you don't, as I'm saying, you're going to end up spending out of your pocket unnecessarily. Utilize those instruments. Number 3, understand the funding model. If you don't understand the funding model, then again you're going to be caught out. And that funding model must not be the fact that you're coming with a preconception that you're looking for grant funding. So that's one thing that I always used to hear. I still hear it today. I'm looking for a grant, I'm looking for a grant. The grant must be a cherry on top. You've got the panel that was here before, 2 panels ago, that was so powerful. So utilize those instruments, and I must commend BMF for really creating that space for you to know that there are instruments out there. But those instruments don't mean you go there and you say, I need funding, and you fold your arms. You have to physically fill the form out. You have to answer the questions. If you don't understand, ask. If you don't have the answer, go and look for the answer. You have to do the work yourself. Just simply outsourcing it to somebody else to do it will catch up with you very quickly. The last thing is, one of the things that I was responsible for was exports. And I dealt with quite a number of companies. I remember there was a peanut butter making, a small group of young people that started a peanut butter making company in Richards Bay. And they did well. We managed to expose them to the domestic market, and they started doing well. And one day I got a frantic phone call from one of the owners saying to me, hey, I got a big order. And I'm just quickly going to the bank, and I thought, let me call you and tell you, and maybe you might tell me something that I need to know about this transaction. I said, right, tell me about the transaction. He says, no, I got a call from West Africa. I won't mention a country name. I got a call from West Africa. These people are interested in my product. They're saying I must send them X number of quantities. So I'm quickly going to the bank to try and get a loan so that I can produce this quantity. But I've got to ship it within the next 2 weeks. I said, okay, that's great. I said, but wait, do you know a thing called a letter of credit? He says, no, I'll ship the, he says, no, what's that? I said, no, how are you going to get paid? He says, no, I'm going to ship, if they're happy with the product, they'll pay me. I said, no, pause, stop right there. Right? So I had to quickly arrange for the export team to take him through the process of getting paid, coming to your point, including insurance, because there are instruments that are designed to help you, so that in case you, the experiences UCC has spoken about now, are exactly there to cover you, so that you are not left with no money and no insurance, except of course in countries where there's no insurance. But again, that is part of your homework in knowing that you're going into a market that is high risk. So that is part of your research. And then the other thing is about scaling. There was another company that was producing leather products, but not shoes. They were producing bags and belts, etc. The gentleman, I actually met him in the aircraft from Joburg to Durban. And I sat next to him, I didn't even recognize him. He said, hey Neville, how are you? And he started talking to me. Thank you for exposing us to these markets. I said, where are you from? He says, no, I've just come back from Germany, man. Hey, it's tough. We're trying to really crack the European market. We've been going there for the last 4 years, but hey, the orders are so small. But I'm unrelenting, I'm going to carry on, but it is milking me. It's killing me. DTIC, they're not funding every time. They funded me once, and etc., etc. So I said to him, okay, why Europe? Are you really infatuated with Europe? He says, no, we're trying to really cater, we're looking for euros, etc. I said to him, okay, but have you thought of Botswana? Or Angola? Or have you looked just here, or just Eswatini or Mozambique? You can just get in your car, drive there. You don't need to fly there. And then he said to me, no, I've never thought of it. I said, no, I think let's just start at home.
Yeah.
Let's start in Africa and understand your African market, because sometimes you think your market is elsewhere, but it's actually next door.
Thank you so much. Right. Like I said, it's the last peninsula. Right. 2 questions from my left, 2 questions from my right. I have one on the side. Anybody? Going once, going twice, gone. I have another on this side. Anybody else? Going once, going twice, gone. Thank you.
I love this. Good afternoon. Thank you for the organizers of the event. I'm very much blessed. Today is my birthday. Right now. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear sister. Happy birthday to you. Thank you so much for really singing for me. My ignorance was educated today. I'm embarrassed to be 48 years and I didn't know any of the things that I've known today. So I always advocated for the spirit of excellence in a black child. And I always wanted to eradicate mediocrity because I'm surrounded by mediocrity services because I work for the state. And when you go to the hospital, you pray that they must love you because they don't understand the significance of excellence. So today, seeing Nev, seeing Nosipo, seeing Tato sitting there, seeing Babalwa sitting there, it just has opened up my eyes to the possibilities of what can become if, as black people, we are educated and empowered and are hungry. I'll be turning 50 very soon. And I'm scared of even posting so many candles because I've got nothing to prove that I've been around for 50 years. But at least today I will post something that instead of me celebrating myself in any other form, but I came to educate myself to make sure that ignorance is eradicated.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Take team. You must run. They're on the other side. Yes, thank you.
Hi, Nebo. My name is Teliwe. I come from an organization called Silunama. We're a civil and construction business in KZN. My question is around access to market. I know you say we must educate ourselves around the spaces that we're in, and that there are many instruments that government gives around funding, but I think the one that is truly lacking is around access to market. So even when you've educated yourself as an entrepreneur and you've set up the business, so our business has been running for almost 10 years and we've managed to keep ourselves afloat for about 10 years, invoice to invoice. But what we're struggling to crack is to move ourselves from an E&E to a QSE because we're struggling with access to market. And I just want to know, what guidance do you have for SMMEs in the space on how to gain access to market by not playing the tender lotto, because we know that tendering is the longest.
Right, thank you so much for that question. Please, give her a round of applause. Thank you. Right, in addition to that question, can you please just hand over the mic to him? Can I have my mic back? Thank you, tech team. Right, so I think in addition to that question, right, now from a financial perspective as well, right, how does the success of black-owned businesses directly contribute to Brand South Africa's mandate, right, additional to what she asked, right? How does the success of black-owned businesses directly contribute to Brand South Africa's mandate of improving global competitiveness and attracting foreign direct investments, right? Are there specific strategies to link these businesses with international markets and investors?
Yeah, thank you. The first point, I think, Sipo mentioned it. Collaboration. Don't be afraid to collaborate. Because sometimes you think you'll do it alone, and you'll walk alone, and you're not going to trust anyone else but yourself. But you find yourself not being open to other possibilities. Because that element of collaboration can perhaps move your needle a little bit differently to the direction you thought you were going, but could open up other markets that you may not necessarily have tapped into. There was a small construction company in KZN, sorry, I'm making lots of references to KZN because that's where I did a lot of business advice, that decided to, again, as part of empowering themselves, they came to, there was a delegation that came in from Italy that came to KZN, and we sent out invitations, and the gentleman came and he met an Italian construction company, but that construction company was like a Group 5 type, a big company. But he had a smaller project and he wanted to actually do roadworks. And for this company, their interest was not to do big projects in South Africa. They wanted also small projects just to get one foot in. And it actually worked out that they ended up starting that collaboration. That gentleman today, he drives beautiful cars, big houses, and he's doing well. Because he was open to not also thinking that, David and Goliath type of scenario. He was able to talk to them and say, right, here's my project, this is what I've got, can you collaborate with me? And as a foreign partner, they brought in their muscle, they were able to help him also improve, and now they are 100% partners in South Africa. And then in terms of, it doesn't always work, remember, you've got to work at it. All those are, the people next to me are the ones that will give you real case studies because they would have walked their journey. And then in terms of now, for an air break, of course, Brand South Africa is the agency of government that assists in reputation management for the country. And we do it in different ways. We deal with perceptions, and the perceptions about South Africa and how do we ensure that the real truth about South Africa is communicated. And where there are misconceptions, we need to ensure that in those different markets we're able to communicate the right message. So 70% of my work is international, 30% is domestic. On the domestic side, we have I met two people who introduced themselves as Play Your Part ambassadors. We have a program called Play Your Part where we actually advocate for South Africans who are telling the story about South Africa. It can be either individuals doing charity work or businesses actually doing community work or empowering their own communities to really tell and to showcase that sense of cohesiveness. Internationally, we participate in global programs, and I'm happy to share those with you, but most times we collaborate either with the DTIC or with the missions abroad. And because a lot of our missions see a lot of value. So I can tell you now, just in the next 2 months, there's a great opportunity for India. We've got a very, very progressive ambassador in India, High Commissioner Sukla. We call him Mr. BRICS because he was the champion behind BRICS. He's posted as an ambassador, and he's very, very pro-business. So if you're really wanting to expand your horizons, I can now tell you, look at India as a potential area to either look at partners or new markets, etc., because he's very pro-business. So we run programs like those, and in those programs, of course, we don't fund companies going there. That is the role of the DTIC. So we will partner with the DTIC to ensure that you're exposed in those different markets.
Well, thank you.
And both questions. So starting with market access, the question, it's hard, colleagues, to get market access from other people for your own products and services. That's the reality we must face as entrepreneurs. The access to market is actually created by yourself. You play a big role. Other people just support you, and probably they would add 20% or so. But 80% of market access is from here. So let me go back to the example that we gave you of selling food. We sell food in the continent. We don't know the continent that much. We know the South African environment. So the first thing you do, your mindset, you know that I don't know this country. And firstly then, the collaboration that he's talking about. When you are in Congo, you partner with Congolese. who understands the country, who can speak French and understand the culture of that country. That's the market, because you want access to that market. Thinking that as a South African, you are going to access markets that you don't know. That's where we start making mistakes as entrepreneurs. And then secondly, what we did, we took take Millie, for example, we took that, the South African one, to Kinshasa. And then when you get there, you compare it to their Millie. And we find that actually South Africans love the super fine Millie. We like fine. But in Congo, because of their environment, they like the rough Millie. So now if you go with your super fine, you will complain about market access. No one's going to buy it. So we had to take our rough Millie back to our mills in South Africa and say, this is the Millie we want. Can you do it according? That's why now we are able to send 10 containers, 20 containers to that country, and they buy it, it disappears quickly. But I can show you, if we can send 10 containers of Wisa, it will stay there for forever, and then we will complain about market access. What we also do is you must love your clients. Your attitude towards your client, please, should not be about yourself. Think about them all the time. Eat with them. Play with them. Don't be a high flyer. If you've made your money, you have your money, it has nothing to do with them. You're now selling to your clients, So what I do now, like I will be going now, I think over this weekend I'll have to go to Kinshasa. When I land in Kinshasa, first thing I do, I go to my clients. People who buy, as I said, our meal, they, and our chicken, is they have markets, they bride, that's where I'm gonna eat this weekend. I'll be looking at their markets, this is the markets. I'll be buying with them, checking what do they mix our chicken with. Now we know certain clients like thighs. So I know when we get a call from that client to give them thighs. That's what they like. That one mix. So my team knows that very well, they know it. So it becomes much easier when you are closer to your clients. As he said, spend time with your client, you will understand their market. Ghana has a very different market. Swaziland is very like us. It's like South African and Lusaka. It's very like us. But the more you go up, and even in South Africa we have diversity. So the last comment that I want to make on your question around branding South Africa. We are the champions of our country together. How we treat people when we go out there, it matters. And colleagues, how we treat Africans in South Africa, it's a big deal. It makes our lives in the continent extremely difficult. Because they ask us a question, why are you killing us? How do you answer that when you are sitting in Lusaka? And Zambians that died here. So, but also then, when you sell products to them, do not downgrade the products. Because that's what we do, especially from the East, guys. I won't mention countries. Eastern countries, if you go visit them, they have nice things, Rolls-Royce things. When they sell them to South Africa, they sell downgraded stuff. Don't do that. Because then it affects our brand as South Africans. It's not sustainable. You may win and get money quickly, but in the longer term, you're hurting your company brand, you're hurting our country brand. We are really champions and leaders in the continent. They love us when we do great jobs. The last resort, the issue of insurance that you mentioned, I want to say that there are countries that you cannot insure. You cannot be insured, like the DRC. Yes, we had an issue in Mozambique, but in general, you can't insure the DRC when you go to a country like Burundi. So your insurance then, it becomes your partners on the ground. So it's important then you navigate. We were quite deliberate in our mind to work with police, to work with the army, because we know that in that country, even our cars can't be insured in that country. Because the country, first and foremost, they don't have IDs in that country. So there is no ID system, there is no licensing system. How do you ensure those, so the financial services system that you know in South Africa, it does not work in other countries, but your collaboration, you being on the ground and talking to people, working with the right people, it does become an insurance.
One point. So, make up your mind. Are you David or are you Goliath? Because that is going to speak to how you get that market access. We are here as South African companies and we're doing with business in Africa. Because at some stage I also made up my mind that maybe South Africa is too small for me. Because I was going through so many challenges as a grade 8 CIDB company, if you're in construction, you know, I'm not a small company. I'm a very big company. But even at that, I'm having challenges with projects in this country. So what did I do? I opened up myself to the rest of Africa. Prof just spoke about it. We have the Africa Trade Agreement. That allows us as South African companies to do trade with other companies in and around Africa. I'm a board member and we can have this conversation afterwards of the Global Entrepreneurship Festival. This is a global entrepreneurship festival whereby we are saying if you are an entrepreneur and you have a company, whether you are in South Africa, whether you are in Namibia, wherever you are, the time for Africa is now. And we, as African countries, should be at the forefront of that revolution, of that change, as and when it's happening. It's happening right now. So be at the forefront of it.
Thank you so much. That was very insightful and worth it. But before you continue, I actually have a question for you, right? And this is just a logistical question in terms of running a business. Now, you run a luxury brand, right? And when it comes to pricing, right, handcrafted luxury implies a premium price point, right? How do you communicate the value and justify the pricing of your products to your target market, ensuring financial viability while maintaining the brand's integrity and artisanal quality, right? Without changing your products, without being altered by socio-economic factors? How do you ensure that you do the right pricing? And as an entrepreneur, because I know a lot of fashion designers do it, not mentioning names, that they will make something and then they will say this dress is like 2,800, right? And then you don't get the market because there's cheaper, there's more quality. So how do you maintain that?
I think as a creative, for me specifically, it was very important for me to niche out. And by niching out, creating relationships with people who have the money to actually buy my things. So if I didn't do that before I started my business, I think before that I created relationships with specific people, and by that was a way for me to actually be in their minds, because I was a creative, they knew me as a creative. So once I started showing them this is what I do, they were very interested in saying, okay, this is what you do, okay, I'll support you, let's see what you're doing. And they started buying, and it was, yeah.
Thank you. All right, thank you. Thank you. Please give him a round of applause. So, also, I think I've had privilege, right? Basically, I've had the privilege to work with you, and I hear the challenges that you go through as an entrepreneur. And the one thing I think as upcoming entrepreneurs is we don't know how to take the punch, right? When life comes at us, when we try to apply for the tender and there's obstacles and red tapes, we do more complaining than taking the punch and moving on. So what are some of the mechanisms or the methods that you use when you take the punch to get yourself back up on a more positive and more effective way?
Yeah, I got the punch this morning. It was a strong one. When I woke up, I got that call, and I thought, but we spoke yesterday. I usually have a debrief with my teams in the evening. We spoke with the DRC team in the evening. What is this call now at 6 a.m.? And when they told me the warehouse is clean. I was like, no, is this a dream? Am I still sleeping? You know, and I listened carefully. I called my husband. Am I hearing this? You know, is this correct? So it did shake me, you know. But what I have learned is that it's fine. The shock I must entertain, but how I respond to that shock becomes very important. So it's the tool then that as an entrepreneur, you know, that when we were talking about that intellect, you train your intellect. If there is a lion that is coming through that tool, you are a human being, you're going to be shot. If there's a snake coming through there, you're going to be shot. But your response then is what can save your life. You see? So how do you then develop that response? There are many tools. There are a number of tools. First and foremost, I look at other leaders, starting even from the Bible, even from Mandela, other leaders, Obamas, how did they deal with difficult situations? And what that does for you, firstly, you appreciate that you are going to face challenges. In particular, as you grow, as you do better, your problems become this high as well. They're not less. No. You're not going to have 7 containers and just lose 1. You know, when you have 7, you lose 7. When you have 70, you lose 70. So the problem becomes much bigger and larger. So look at the people that are ahead of you and learn from them as to how they dealt with this problem. And there are a few books that you can also read as well to respond. But more importantly though, build your resilience. Your appreciation of life becomes quite important. I wake up in the morning, I do exercise. When we talk about resilience, it talks to your body first. Build your strength. Because as an entrepreneur, a lot is going to be thrown at you. What you eat, what you drink, and your body in general, start with that. Secondly, work on your emotional ability, your emotional well-being. So today I told myself and my team that the show goes on. He asked me as part of my team, are you still coming? You know, he was so true. I said, the show must go on. I am coming, you know, and once I'm here, I am interacting with it, you know. So I had to manage using the tools that I have learned on managing my emotions. I had to do that, and I went over it. But it goes beyond that. When you are a leader, you must then encourage your team. I had to encourage my Congolese team because they wanted to be people there. They said, yes, what is this? Da, 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 da. And by the way, in West Africa, women are very strong. They beat people, eh? That's what I have seen. So we have sales people there who are women, and we also have men. It was women who were like, can you give us permission? Once we had, I said, no, guys, please don't beat anybody. Can you hand it over to the army? The army can handle it better. But I had to also motivate them that, guys, these are the business challenges. Let's take this challenge on. Let's be calm. The only way we can resolve this is when we have clarity of mind. So please work on your mind and your intellectual capability. When you are agitated, either whether you are sad, you are angry, and whatever, it takes away your ability to think and see things through. Try and clear your mind. It's like when there is water here and it's full of mud. You can't see what is there at the bottom of that water. But once that water is clean, you can even see yourself. You know, that's how clear you become. That's what you want to be in business. Like now, as I'm talking to you, I'm very clear. You know, even though there is a massive problem there, we can lose millions there if we don't handle that thing well. But the clarity of my mind, though, and the focus is you now. You see, so work on strategies to make sure that you do not allow situations to muddy your thoughts, because you need a clear ears so that you can hear well. You want eyes so that you can see. Remember, we don't see with this physical eye. It's not what you see. It actually comes from your brain. I think she said it. we don't know how the brain comes. But what you see, think about it. It comes from your brain. If you are not focusing, like, I can look at you, but I may not see you because my mind is not with you. You see? Think about it. Somebody can talk to me, she can talk to me. I may not hear her. Why? Because my mind is not there. So it is the mind that hears. So it is the mind that you need to make sure that you clarify all the time as an entrepreneur, so that you can see clearly, you can hear clearly, you can smell things, you can feel things, you can read the room, and that resilience strategy in terms of your ability. And lastly, then I say the intellectual ability, guys. That part of your brain is the one that makes you, that gives you the wisdom to sift what matters here. And then sometimes you lose certain things, you let this one go because it doesn't matter. You know, because where you are going, you're going there. You just move, so long as it's gonna clear your way. You know, but sometimes as entrepreneurs, we fight everything. And as a result now, we don't get to where we are supposed to go. We get distracted. I make it, the last example that I used to make is the rugby. You know, when the rugby team is playing, watch it, they're starting now again. Watch that. Don't just be a cheerleader there. When they walk into the field, what they look at first is, where do we try? We're going to go good side. And they say, we're going there. And once they decide that that's where we are going, the focus is just there. Now, whoever is carrying that ball, he knows that I must move. I must move. And he knows that I will be tackled. Because why? I am carrying the ball. It's not because it's personal. I am carrying the ball and everyone wants to score. You know? And he knows, let me move. And once they tell and he feels that I'm being overpowered, he'll do this. You know, look at the team, you throw the ball. She takes it. Exactly. That's collaboration now. She takes that ball and she moves. You know, that's your rabbit, they move. And as they are moving, I'm also moving, following it now. I'm becoming stronger, remember? And the other team player here is boom, and she is there. And at some point, no one stops. I'm being tackled. Life is hard. Why are they doing this to me? No one does that. Remember, why are you doing that in business? Why is everything personal? You know, it's business. It's business. You know, a player now. You know, so if I go back to the rugby analogy, then he moves, they throw the ball, they throw it. To a point then, when it gets to the very difficult point where they have to try, they know the enemy has pulled, or the opposition, it pulls all stops because they don't want that try. Then you know you're best in a team. If you are big, you know that this is not my space now, I know she's good at that. Then I will try and make sure that my eyes are looking. That's when the clarity of your mind becomes important. They are very clear. If you notice, you don't know how they throw that ball, how they see their team. It's the clarity here. They can hear. They talk to each other. How do they hear when the stadium is so busy? They have been trained, that clarity of mind. So in business, we trained ourselves as well, so that in Congo, for example, when I realized that this matter, I cannot do it. I know that team member is quite good at it. And I sent him or her, and I said, we'll go for it. By the way, even if I want someone to be beaten up, I know who to send. Strategically, quietly, I was not there, I don't know. You know, so those are the type of things that you do. And then at that point of trying, you just say, go. You know, you throw that ball and you say, and she runs, and she drops it, she tries. That's how you do business. When you close the deal, think hard. Who can close this? It's not always me as the CEO of the family. Who can close this for me? You know? And who gives you the prudence? I'll hand over to you and say, go for it.
Yeah.
That's it.
100%. Thank you so much. No, that was a mouthful. I think it's very simple. I think when we talk about the issue of firstly taking care of yourself as the business owner, right? I always say that if there's something wrong with the organization, just check the owner. They are going through something. You know, we don't know what that something is, but it's definitely showing, right? So I think also, before we wrap it up, I want to talk about skills development and the future workforce, right? So beyond the technological products themselves, right? How does your organization contribute to skills development and job creation within the Black community, particularly in the critical STEM fields, right? What is the financial return on investment you see from these human capital development initiatives?
Yeah, that's a lot. Okay, so I'll break down the question. How does my organization deal with upskilling? As I've mentioned, I'm in the male construction, in the construction industry, which is largely male dominated. And I say to young people, I see there's a couple of young people here, hi. The world of work is changing, right? The landscape of work is changing. And you really need to start looking at how you can position yourself for the future. But remember, the future starts today, right? And it starts with you. So I have these conversations through my mentorship programs, through upskilling, artisan development, artisan community development, and those are just various things that I do as a company, as a business, and also talking to young people about how we can prepare ourselves today for the changes that are happening tomorrow. Again, going back to the fact that I'm in a male-dominated industry, I love empowering women. Yes. Let us empower one another. Ladies, it's not about competition. It's about collaboration. Again, and I will say it again and again. It's about how can the two of us work together. What can you do? Because I can't do everything. I cannot. But if I have you who's already working in an industry that I want to work in, let's have a conversation and let's see how can we help each other. That's the first thing. The second thing, once you are there,
Agriculture and Agro-Processing and Logistics. Kayelita holds a BCom in Accounting degree and a BCom Honors degree, a certificate in Theory of Accounting from the University of Johannesburg. He is a qualified chartered accountant through the South African Institute of Chartered Accountants. Round of applause. And my beautiful lady to facilitate the discussion is Mrs. Lopsa, Bestie. A round of applause for Bestie.
Good afternoon. We are in the last installment of the day, and thank you to everyone who has stayed this far. We know it can be exhausting, but these are the dialogues that we must have. These are the dialogues that when we have a chance to engage the leadership, to engage the people that are in a position to assist, we can make time and give them the platform so that they can also show us the way, because where they are, they have the power to actually use and facilitate the conversations that we have. So I'm not going to waste time with our panel. I know we need to leave and traffic sometimes becomes bad. So I'm just going to pose one question to our panelists and then take maybe three this side, and then we'll see how we're doing with time. But we just want to make sure that by 3 we're done. We don't take the whole day. So the question that I'll pose to the panel is, so despite clear policy intentions and BBBE obligations, many black-owned SMMEs still struggle to access meaningful opportunities within the public and corporate supply chains. What are the real barriers to supplier inclusion, and how can procurement leaders, policymakers, and industry champions work together to unlock sustainable, scalable integration of SMMEs into a high-value supply network?
Maybe it's my sense of being a public policy maker. Basically, the construct of economic redress emanates from the acknowledgement by all of us that a majority of those who should be playing in the mainstream economy are still outside. And they say with the evolution of instruments that you develop, that emanates from an acknowledgement of weaknesses that are inherent within the system. That system will be constituted largely by policy, the primary legislations, regulations. In this case of BE, you'll have codes. Do we sit here and conclude that the codes are a silver bullet to the challenge of ensuring that there's participation in the economic mainstream and access to markets across supply chains? Would agree, all of us unanimously, that actually we are of the view that the strengthening of the codes is the next logical step that must be taken, because access to value chains still remains a challenge. Access to supply chains still remains a challenge. Over and above that, the financing of black businesses is also not a silver bullet. To us, transforming means of ownership of production. Sitting here as a public policy maker, I'm quite conscious of the challenge before us. Firstly, as the state. Secondly, as social partners and business in particular. The issue becomes whether all of us have a hands on deck in ensuring that the existing instruments are strengthened, but over and above, we create supply chain opportunities to black businesses. I'll speak for the whole day around that in terms of what we envision, what we dream of in that context. Because don't forget, the 1998 decision to establish NEF, the National Empowerment Fund, was to assist, access, but also support. The next logical development was to actually legislate BEE, because BEE and economic redress cannot exist in general terms. It must be specific and look towards addressing specific challenges of access and participation. And you would understand that we moved from 2007 to 2013 with the same mindset, and we are here in 2025 speaking of the Transformation Fund, because we acknowledge the fundamental weakness in the current architecture of economic redress instruments. That includes BEE. I would pause for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I think from a funding perspective, so I'm from the National Empowerment Fund. For us as a country to grow the economy, we need to support new businesses and new industries and new sectors and new products and services. But for us to do that, we need these businesses to be given access to opportunities. So access to opportunities is basically marketing opportunities, where they can go out there and market their products or services. They can get, whether it's big or small, companies in the public or private sector, can give them that opportunity to say, we will buy your product. Because as financiers, some panel members spoke earlier, as financiers, we are charged with the responsibility of dispersing government funds. But we need to ensure that that funding comes back to the economy so that it can support the next entrepreneur. So if the entrepreneur we support does not have support in the market, so they cannot go out and sell that product successfully, it means we aren't able to claw those funds back and then support the next entrepreneur. So access to markets, and we see it every day. I mean, entrepreneurs come to us, they want to start this and that other business, they have this and that other idea, but until we are able to share that same idea with them and we know exactly what they're doing and where they will be selling that product or service, it's very difficult for us to then release funding. So I think this is an important discussion.
Thank you so much. I think I want to go to the audience, and if I can have 3 this side, and then we'll go to another 3. Then, depending on time, maybe we'll take one more question for our panel, and then so that we can just try to wrap up the day. Okay, ma'am, do we have a roaming mic? There must be a mic sitting somewhere. Oh, yeah. Your name, ma'am? They said 10 words. That's the maximum. We are against time.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Promise Makanya. I'm an entrepreneur. I'm in construction and automotive industries. I just want to make a plea, especially to NEF. NEF, the issue of offtake agreements. I did make an application, but what was frustrating me is that they tell you that at least you must come up with maybe 3 letters of offtake agreements. Let me tell you, for instance, like when I was applying in the mining industry, they will give you an offtake agreement. Remember, there is a process even inside. They say we can't
give a full commitment, because you don't have a product. In my case, I wanted to create a mining product, and they said we are going to buy. But when we go to NEF is going to say no, but one letter is not enough. But this product, no black person has ever done it. You've got all what it takes to show that there is capacity, there is mentorship, everything is together, but nobody is willing to assist you. So I'm making a plea to say, NEF, please relax your conditions, because it is really hindering us. Lastly, I want to talk to Ubaba Uliv one there regarding the industry and competition. You know, in the mining industry, what I've seen is that there are many companies which I'm fighting for. I'm also one of the people who are fighting very hard with the mining industry. There are those people who have got infinite agreements. You know what? Because they are the only ones who are doing that. And what we are saying, no, partner with us. Because you don't qualify in terms of BEE. What I've seen is that in the mining sector, they don't comply, but they have no option. You know, the contractors or their service provider, they say, by the way, if I don't want to partner with a small emerging or an SMME, there's no way that they can get this product. Even if, that is what we were told by the mines to say, even if we don't buy, but I think you're on enforcement. You need to enforce this thing of BEE to make sure that they also give us the way. Thank you.
Thank you. And do you have anyone on the side? Or we need to move? Okay.
I'll take it as
well.
Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Khalid Sajani, CEO, co-founder of Capital Labs. We are a facility management company based in Rustenburg of West. I'd like to comment on my audience here, what they said about the barrier to entry in the mining industry. I'm from Rustenburg. I know this very well. I've worked with all of these mines, and one of the key aspects that I've come across in terms of the BEE compliance issues is that in terms of the corporate complying with BEE, they are using this as a tick box exercise, whereby for ESD purposes, black women and youth comply and it's okay for them. But at the same time, there is legacy companies in my space. I'm competing with the likes of Midwest, and Midwest is the major mining facility management company around South Africa, and especially in my area. And it's those challenges that we face in terms of barriers to entry, whereby as a small company, yes, we are growing, but the industry itself is failing to change. The BEE has not worked because it's only given a few people who have benefited, but the majority of the entrepreneurs like myself, we still struggle when we are fully compliant. We've been operating for more than 7 years and everything is above board, everything is outstanding. But still, even with BEE, it's not enough for us to penetrate and able to offer our services. So it's one of those things that we like to empower with the committee here to please, in terms of BEE, let's ensure that it's fairly even given this opportunities to small industrial people like myself, so that it does not overlook the potential of people who are growing and they're growing their own businesses in these particular sectors that we are working on.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I see this side there's no one, so going once, going twice, there's no hand. Okay, so we've got hands this side.
Greetings again. I just want to latch on the questions that are on this side in terms of mining.
Your name, ma'am?
Oh, Disetso. I'm Disetso Kumalo. I've been in the mining industry for over 23 years, and this is a problem for the small companies that are coming through, and then you need to assist. Personally, as a person, as a financial manager, what I would do is I would even mentor them in how to do invoices and the likes, because they would be judged in terms of, because they are black, they can't do 1, 2, 3, 4. We don't really give them a lot of a chance. So can the policy makers and the people who have powers please assist? I have recently come out, so it's new. I understand what they're talking about. It is a problem in the mining area. And they don't give small contractors work because they are, you know, those preferred contractors. So yes, can we please assist them in that sense? But that's not where my question was. My question to the NEF is, we understand that we are not a conventional bank, we don't need financial statements or whatnot, but what do you need for startup companies, for them to be able to say, we give you these documents, and we give you this backup? What do you need from us as small businesses or as medium businesses to be able to get funding or to be able to be assisted in moving forward? Because we meet these speed humps for the banks, we meet speed humps for venture capitalists, but then from the NEF, what is it that you require from us to be able to get funding and go forward?
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. My name is Jerry Gomese. I'm in the tourism space, and I would like to call upon BMF and thank them first for this gathering. And I'll deliberately ask them to champion running and starting a bank that is BMF owned, because BMF supplies all the workforce to all these other banks, but yet they don't have the whereabouts to even try a Capitec kind of bank. I mean, you have the skills, you have the clever blacks, there's nothing stopping you. You have contacts to the government as well. Coming back to the NEF and BBBE, most of the speakers that were speaking there this morning were talking about collaboration. Why is government working in silos? If NEF wants financials, why don't you contact SARS? You have our details, everyone is there. Why don't you contact banks? You have our ID numbers and say, okay, this person is trying to start a bank. How are his financials? All that information is already there. Why should I be now trying to, your terms and conditions says you must give us your financials. To get financials, audited statements, you need to hire an accountant. There's BMF now again with the clever banks. They need to come through to the party. Why can't this be a sort of like an entity that specializes on helping SMEs? I mean, people are talking about mining here, the barriers and all those things. I mean, a mining company, if you are trying to maybe say use tipper trucks, I'm making an example, I don't know what they do, but using tipper trucks, you need to know how much tires are where, you need to know your fuel and all those things. But can't you, as an entity, BMF has all the skills and the capacity to make this happen. That's why they've created this Empower SME platform. We need to sit down. BMF needs to sit down and say, okay, we have all these institutions, like they've called everyone here, and say, this is what you want, this is what you want. Okay, because you want financial statement, we're going to get accountants as fresh from university. Let them help these people draft these documents and then assist. And by doing so, BMF can take a stake perhaps in a company, let's say a mining company, they say they take 30% to recover all their costs. So I'm trying to find out why is NEF and the BBBE forum so slack, you know. They're looking for the things that they need, but they are asking the wrong people for the information that they can get easily from the institutions that are in there. I mean, NEF is part of the state. It's not an independent entity. They can, just like your ID, when you apply for ID, You get a speeding ticket somewhere, they just pull your number, they have all your details. Why can't these institutions not do that? Only criminality that is done to get information. But success, no, nothing about it.
Okay, so I've got the last two, and then I will request our panelists to respond. We are pressed for time. We have.
I'm not sure I'll make it to 10 words in total, but my question is for Utata at Department of Trade and Industry. And I think my question is more in line with the mining guys, just different industries. Lutando. The mining guys, just different industries. I work for a proudly South African company. We're around less than 10 in total production happening in Cape Town. Our biggest challenge is competing with the multinational companies where they have a bit of leeway when it comes to bidding in state, for example, where they have more offering in terms of their products and we only have one product. So we find that in terms of pricing, we can't really like push down our prices and be as price competitive as they are. So we do see that they often receive those tenders or are awarded those tenders in relation to us. We don't really struggle much in terms of the private sector, it's mostly public. So I just wanted to find out that with the perception that supporting local is best, how do we overcome those challenges?
Thank you, ma'am. We've got our last question here.
Thank you, sir. My question is regarding the requirements for funding.
Your name?
My name is Mighty Mawile from Mawile International. Now, I've worked on a number of funding applications for more than 10 years through NEF and so on. But what I've actually discovered is that the greatest obstacle or high level of success in terms of funding is the same requirements that the NEF has developed. If you can take any NEF form now and look at the requirements for you to apply for funds and ask yourself, how many of the SMMEs will understand that and be able to qualify? You'll be so surprised. You'll even have a thinking that maybe these requirements were made for accountants and early, because if you want informal businesses and even normal entrepreneurs from the rural area to understand the liquidity ratios and so on, that even some of the accountants don't even understand where they came from. So my worry is that the requirements that we put in there in those forms are actually an obstacle. They are the ones that make it difficult. Now the whole thing creates some kind of a dichotomy to say, is NEF really established to assist them, or it was coined in a manner that it meets the requirement of a certain elite? I can tell you now, if you go to your database and look at the numbers, you will find that you don't have a high level of success stories for entrepreneurs in the townships and in the rural areas. Because the requirements there are very much unfriendly. So if these institutions were created to support development of entrepreneurs, then the requirements must be very much friendlier. I don't want to talk about only the statement that I spoke about and so on. But let's make sure that the requirements in a manner that even an innovative entrepreneur from Magurunga, Mpahlele, or Tsanzare, or Chikukune can still be able to understand and say, I qualify for this opportunity. This is my government. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So I'm going to request our panelists to respond to all the questions, and then they do their closing notes, and then I think we'll be done. Because we've got one more session with Mr. Sibia, and then I know that we're done. By the way, sir, at the back, BMF, for anyone who wants to join BMF, outside there's a banner with a QR code. So in future, if you want to join events like this, they're actually meant for members. So I'm just saying, in future, if we bring NEF again, you might not see them because you might not be invited because you're not a member. So I'm giving you a platform today to go scan, be members, join the movement, join our call that the president has put today, that SMMEs are the future.
Okay, if I can start, please. So just in terms of the businesses we fund startups, we fund growing businesses, we fund businesses that are looking to acquire, we fund businesses that are looking to fund working capital needs of their businesses. In terms of startup businesses, each application is different, each business is different. So we have to look at each application on its own and on its own merits. We can discuss and be here after this presentation. We can talk about specific issues, but we must remember that as a financier, we are tasked with a responsibility to finance and select investments and invest, and also ensure that some of that money comes back into the system so that we can continue to support other businesses. And that is what we then try and do when we craft our requirements. The one thing the audience must also note is that we deal with a number of sectors. We cover the entire country, so we see basically each and every individual in this country that wants to apply for funding at NEF. So each and every person that comes to us, we must address their specific needs, we must address their specific business needs as well. So if there is a specific period, we can discuss that afterwards. And then in terms of collaboration and information that is required, remember that there are rules, there are policies as well. You can't just go to your neighbor and pull personal information from your neighbor so that you can use for that specific requirement. So when you put an application, we rely on you to provide that information to us. So if we require your ID, for instance, we ask you to provide that ID copy. If you require a bank statement, we can't go to your bank and get that bank statement. We're not allowed to do that. We ask you to provide that information. So I think it's important for entrepreneurs to understand what it is that they need to prepare as well for them to start applying for funding. If you look at our forms and websites, we do have a list of initial information that we request so that we can then engage with that initial information, and there may be discussions afterwards so that we can understand better what that application is about. So that is basically what we do. We ask for the initial pack, we assess the initial pack, and then we start engaging so that we can understand better your business and your request. I think that covers that question as well, which is also the requirements for funding. So I think I'll end it there for now.
I think just to interject, Mr. Sibia, today the questions that we had, maybe we need to facilitate another session where specifically we deal with the requirements that NEF wants from SMMEs. They can also, pose their questions so that when you go back to the drawing board as an office, you've got a holistic picture of what is going on the ground. And that reporting you can then incorporate it into, so BMF can be one of those institutions that can liaise so that you can have these platforms for discussions.
Absolutely. We do also have offices in the different regions of the country, so the 9 provinces. So you can also walk in and be assisted with information. But I agree that we can do that partnership where the NEF can avail itself, to educate and to explain why we want certain things when you apply for funding. Because I think that is important. It's important for entrepreneurs to understand why we request certain things. But it's also important for us to understand how businesses work. Because the only way we can assist businesses better is by understanding how they work and what sectors they're in, and how these sectors, what challenges these sectors interact with on a daily basis. So I think that's a very good proposal.
Thank you so much, sir. Mr. Dubani?
With the BBBE as it exists, I think all of us across economic actors and sectors industrially, I always say that if you're working for a particular big company, actually when you are there, your number, or your presence is actually a BEE achievement. Because people will continuously say that BEE, we are not beneficiaries. I'm a beneficiary of BEE from ITEFSA, NSFAS. Yes. I'm a beneficiary of, by virtue of me having been a beneficiary of NSFAS. That's BEE. By virtue of you working for a CAT or whatever, that's BEE. Meaning that all of us must embrace the fact that BEE exists. It's like some of the companies, when you wake up, you wash with their soap, you use their toothpaste. BEE is like that. You are unconscious of it. All of us sitting here are actually BEE beneficiaries in our own right. That's where I want to start. Let's come to aspects of benefit directly now as entrepreneurs. As entrepreneurs, one of the fundamental challenges is the interface between the need for economic redress and industrialization. A lot of discussion today was also put on supporting ICT services. We had Prof here also giving a sense, a sense of how that ecosystem is and the need to invest in it, but also the need to support it. One of the primary consideration in the last 5 years within BEE again as a BEE policy person has been, how do we make sure that black businesses as they exist, they become connected to existing value chains, because we are not creating a new economy. But also acknowledge that as a country, when you industrialize, you must also make sure that you take your people with you and say that these are sectors that which will have uptake on. It includes the previous presentation here. But for what reason? But at what level of tech uptake? We're speaking of the frontier of ICT with the services that we're talking about. But at what level of technological uptake are we driving this industrialization that has got black people in it? That's the inclusivity. We cannot only be focused on what will be services alone. We must be conscious as we say services, but what in the other industries are we creating? That's maybe our primary consideration sitting here. BEE must exist in industrialization. The chaebols in South Korea, when they were started at the family level, by the way, they were in electronics, automotives, and other sectors. But in this frontier, in 2025, where do we locate ourselves? I like young people, because most of their sectors, they are either systems engineers, ICT, what do you call this thing, computer engineers, in coding, but because those are sectors, they're not of the future, they're here. That convergence is here. Let's come back to the issue that was raised by my sister there. The issue of tendering, particularly public procurement. In as much as public procurement, I'll start there, in as much as public procurement should be a driver of participation of black people in those sectors, technical and services. But BEE should be advocating for participation of us across all sectors, because in as much as public procurement is worth trillions, there's also an economy that exists where there was an airport, good who service, all those things. That's an economy on its own. Agriculture has got its economy, that value chain. Property, as you say, has got its services and it's a value chain. Within the public procurement space, I think you are aware that last year the president signed off a Public Procurement Act, which currently the colleagues with us, because we're part of it, are busy with the regulations. One of those things, my sister, that you raised here, there's a consideration of local content requirements. How do you protect your industries? Because your industries need to be protected so that that 30% that is manufacturing increases. What kind of an economy that you have that will have its manufacturing going way below, let's say, 10% in its GDP? The other consideration is PEE within the public procurement, meaning that it's the issue of race, gender, size. Because all those issues are the ones that determine if whether we get that public procurement opportunity, but scored, because you score that. The set aside are important also in that they are set aside for small, medium, and micro enterprises. But as things that your BMF and others fought for, by the way, in the public procurement area. You see, being an old person.
He's tech.
I want to speak, I think is it Promise that raised the issue around mining.
Yes.
The current architecture of how sectors are structured when it comes to BE and recognizing, we have about 11 sector charter councils now. But how many sectors do we have? There are hundreds in this economy. The mining charter must still comply with Section 3 of the BE Act of 2003. That's the alignment. You remember with 5 elements. And the mining charter is one of the transformation charters that they put together must still align with the Primary Act. We are custodians of transformation in this country. And to that effect, it means that if there's ESG commitment, it must be in line with what the Primary Act, which is PE, advocates for. That's the first one. And secondly, it must either revert to what is called a generic scorecard in PE. Meaning that when we speak of mining, we'll be speaking of it in line with the PE Act. It's a number of sectors that must still align with PE Act to 5 elements, not 7, as it was in 2007, about 18 years ago. Issues of transformation have always had the problem of enforcement. It's not only the Employment Equity Amendment Act, as it was amended, it wanted to address that within its space of making sure that there is transformation in the workplace. For us, it's a good lesson. Because the current architecture of enforcement legislation is voluntary. Maybe as we express ourselves, we must understand that the current architecture is voluntary. It's not mandatory. But having said that, as I close, sorry for those that I might not have taken your comments. No? As I close, that burden, Ibuelagi, goes back to you, of making sure that which I said when I opened, that for us to perfect and create an architecture of empowerment that will be strengthened, it goes back to you. We sat down after a number of studies and said that, but the aggregation of ESD contribution might help us because of the fragmentation. I'm speaking of ESD now. And ESD as just one element of PEE is one of those things that you must help us strengthen so that we're able to have benefit that is consolidated, but that can be measured. The last aspect of it, as the Prof said earlier, is institutionalization of data that speaks to empowerment, so that we are able to track the extent to which we have been able to transform those sectors in those economies, but also have a strengthened enforcement wing of empowerment. Thank you.
Thank you so much to our panelists. Ladies, I think, ladies and gentlemen, you can tell when you're on board that it's late now today. I would like to thank our panelists, Mr. Sevilla and Mr. Rwani, for your time. We have arrived now where we wanted to arrive. We have a last speaker, Mr. Sevilla Senior, not him, who's going to give us just a presentation for a few minutes, and then we're closing, and then we'll just meet outside just for networking. Thank you very much for your time. Please stand there.
You need to declare.
Right, so ladies and gentlemen, please clap. We're at the end of the day. Tomorrow is Mandela Day.
Right, so while we're taking pictures, I'd just like to announce our next speaker. So our next speaker, to bring us insight and wisdom, please welcome former BMF President, Mr. Bheki Sibiya, delivering the closing keynote on conscious leadership for SMME success. He is the chairman of All Green Energy Solutions, the former president of BMF, the founding CEO of BUSA, and the past chairman of various listed and unlisted companies. So a round of applause for Bheki Sibiya.
So they all go. President's job.
Program director and the princess, I no longer seeing her here, but I'm seeing somebody who is a different princess. I made the presentation, it was a PowerPoint presentation, but I am also a parishioner. When some people have preached and preached and preached, you say the sermon is over. And therefore, I am not going to deliver a speech. I apologize for not delivering a speech. Maybe just put the headline so that they see that there is this one. But I am not going to deliver a speech. President, this is what I am requesting that we do. Firstly, I think I want to say on behalf of all the ancestors, because I'm almost like an ancestor now. Having been with BMF for 41 years, honestly, I need to be an ancestor. I want to say on behalf of all the past presidents, all the past deputy presidents, all the past MDs and all those people, really what you have set up with your team. And I'm not saying Kajeni now as the MD and your executive team. So on behalf of the board as well, we would like to thank you because you have done really an excellent job. And if I were to be you, I would give the president and his team a standing ovation. A standing ovation. Thank you very much, President. Take a seat. And I think I was going to talk, among others, about the issue of politeness barrier. Because sometimes we have politeness barrier, and the politeness barrier causes us not to share things as thoroughly as we should, because we are polite with one another. And I was going to be edging, as I do, the politeness barrier. This seminar, this workshop is absolutely excellent, unqualified excellent. However, the issue is implementation.
We can talk nicely, and we have wonderful snacks which I have seen outside. They are wonderful, and we engage with each other. And if there is no implementation, it becomes a problem. And I heard the call of saying, please, let's get together fairly soon to talk about what needs to be done. I thought NEF, the CEO, volunteered and said he is available. We may need to say, CEO of NEF, let's bring them to the house and let there be a far much more thorough discussion. And maybe it should be a day rather than a morning. Because it has ended up being a day rather than a morning. And I would be saying DTIC and the role that they play as the enforcers, I was really saying, let's call them back. Let them engage with us. But I think there is a department and a ministry for small business, enterprises. My view is, let's bring them in. Because in one of the slides, I was going to be looking at and saying, this is how those people are important. And fourthly, is there still anybody representing the ministry and the department for planning, monitoring, and evaluation? Yeah, I had appealed though to say, are they going to be with us, and they left us. And my politeness barrier issue is to say, I am disappointed. I think we may say it, however, I'm disappointed. If it was the minister who was going, if it was the DG who was going, but I think the team members, it would have been here, because I think they let us down. And they let us down in a number of areas. And what I was going to be appealing to them too, I still in my retirement read. There is a book I'm reading. It is called The One Thing by Bruce Willis. The One Thing. The one thing which I think the government is letting us down on very seriously is absence of one on-time payment. When you have rendered the service, and there is no question about you having rendered an excellent service, the delayed payments. You look at the report, and I went through the report last night. More than 50% of SMMEs are paid late, especially the macros. Micro, you find that the more you need money, the less money you get, and you get it delayed. And I was just looking at it to say, for the monitoring and evaluation, the one thing, let them ensure that when the service has been received, let it be paid for. If there is contention about the invoices to how much it is, let them pay what they believe is correct. And they say it is not in full and final settlement, we are going to sort out some things, but let them not sit on your money when you need money, and we get a lot of businesses which get closed. But then I got shocked, because this is what I quite didn't know. There is non-payment. Other than delay payment, there is non-payment. Where you render the service, they just don't pay you, full stop. And you try to squeak and squirm and do whatever, they don't pay you. And therefore, they kill the business. Baba Huliv, I'm requesting you that as one of the senior representatives of the government present, kindly help us so that the businesses are successful, because they should be successful. I'm requesting that Mr. President and your wonderful organizers, and I think there is this issue as well. We need to give both Mr. President and the MD a round of applause. The tender affirmation. For me, when I get invited, how many speakers are you going to have? How many women are going to be there? If the women are going to be few, I'm sorry, I'm going to decline the invitation. And I will say, go and find a woman to speak, because they are capable, they are experienced. So the tender affirmation is wonderful. Here is the request. You have our contact details. Don't you? Yes. You have our contact details. Find a way of condensing the proceedings of today and distributing them to us. Because some of us may be bright, and there are a lot of bright fellows here who are going to remember a lot of what was said. But we normally hear people say, I hear, I forget. I do, I remember, I get involved. I understand. For us, we need to understand and kindly distribute it for us. If we give you a fortnight, please distribute it to us. You can now condense the information and share it with us. And so, as we move into the future, and we have heard a lot of things, and for me, I would just like to probably highlight partnerships and collaborations. We heard a lot of things, partnerships and collaborations, because if we want to be lone rangers, we will be lone failures, and we become lone failures, we will cry, and when we cry, nobody will care for us or for you, because you wanted to win alone, win together. And for us, again, let me say, as an ancestor, I would really want to say, in your endeavors, which you have, may the road always rise to greet you. May the wind always be on your back. May the sun shine gently on your forehead. May the rain fall softly on your field. And as they say, may the good Lord hold you gently in the palm of his hand. Bye-bye. Thank you, Mr. President.
Now that is what you call a powerful closing. Yeah, that is what you call a powerful closing. How do you move on? You need us with her. The ancestor. Oh, that was brilliant. Thank you so much. Now I think the time we've all been waiting for. Ladies and gentlemen, now this concludes our formal proceedings. On behalf of BMF, thank you for your time, your insight, and your commitment to change. I would like to say I appreciate your cooperation throughout, and the person to do the votes of thanks before I go, my name is Prudence Mube again. Right? And please do follow me on social media. I am not only an MC, but I am also a public relations specialist. I am the CEO of the Miriam Makeba Center. And tomorrow, if you're not doing anything on Mandela Day, do pop by. The Miriam Makeba Center is officially closing. I think this year I've been specializing in reopening legacies, and I'm learning a lot from our ancestors. It is a very big lesson, and I really appreciate it. But the person to do the closing before we conclude and we have lunch, please put your hands together for Omo Gekko.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Sambonani. That's it. All right. The simplest job, I think all the heavy lifting has been done. Just to really say thank you to very key people. I think for starters, we need to start with the MC of the day, Siswam, Sis Prudence. Thank you very much for your energy. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your preparation. We really appreciate the role you have played in carrying the event in the morning and in this afternoon. So can you please give a round of applause. We also want to thank in absentia the ministry and the minister, Ramakopa. We know that she sent the PTG to come and be with us, and we thank her immensely. We know that our organization is in contact with her. It's not just that ministry per se, in fact, it's government in total, where when BMF calls, they respond, whether it's a ministry or it's a DG or a DDG, but BMF is still listened to by government, so we appreciate the relationship as an organization. So in absentia, we thank the ministry and the minister and the DDG. We also thank Her Royal Highness as well for her time. I think she was still here. She was in the holding room. I'm not sure if she's still here now, but when I last checked a bit earlier, she was still there. We thank you for her time with Hasa as the BMF being with us, and we know that that relationship will continue to grow from strength to strength. So we thank her for her time this morning and this afternoon.
Exactly.
We also would like to thank Sanlam for their partnership and Santam. It's quite interesting. We know that Santam is part of the Sanlam group, And previously, when we partnered with Sanlam, I think Santam now is saying, no, can we strategically be recognized? So Santam is also recognized. We're doing quite a lot with Sanlam and Santam as well. So we really appreciate the partnership. And historically speaking, BMF and Sanlam come a very, very long way, probably over 30 years in terms of the partnership. So it's not a new partnership, it's quite an old one as well. So really, really thank Sanlam and Santam for the sterling opportunity they continue to give us, the sponsorship, the listening ear, the engagements, and they put up with a lot of what we request as the BMF. We don't do it deliberately, but we do it because we love the partnership and what we can do together. So we know that there's still more that we'll do with Sanlam and Santam across the board between ourselves and the BMF in driving transformation in a particular and specific way, not only in generic terms. So we thank Sanlam and Santam. We also thank Scenario Group for the gift sponsorships as well. We thank you very much for digging into your resources and heeding the call of the BMF to be part and parcel of this very special summit that we have started as the BMF. So Sebong Kakulu, Scenario Group for the gifts. We also like to thank the BMF leadership. Firstly, the President of the BMF, thank you very much for your leadership. Thank you very much for this conversation. And also, thank you very much to Sisnobsa, who's leading the ED, Enterprise Development Committee. And amongst the 3 strategic objectives that we are driving the BMF, enterprise development is the key strategic objective. So hence you are seeing a lot of conversation around enterprise development, etc. And those who are our members, you must have seen the call that we made for businesses to register in terms of our database as well. It's because we want to see who is there, who's part of our membership, so that you can register under the ED department committee as well, so that we're able to give you direct information around the next initiatives of the Enterprise Development Committee. So it is a deliberate move as well. So please, may you continue to be in contact with us, and we will contact you. But having said that, really we thank President, we thank you Siswa for the sterling job, and thank you for putting this together as well. Sebong Kakulu. We also thank the panelists, the plethora of them, different institutions, government, etc., private sector, who are part and parcel of this specific summit. This is not a once-off summit. It is going to be an annual summit amongst the key initiatives under the Enterprise Development Committee as well. So in commemorating International SMME Day, which actually takes place end of June globally, but we're able to do it now in July. But as of next year, we want to try and align that commemoration end of June globally, so that we get into the full swing of things, of course, with the context of South Africa and the lens that we are using to try and drive the SMME agenda through enterprise development. And so that's one of the key initiatives that's going to be there henceforth in the BMF as well. It's not the only one, just to give you a very brief view so that you understand that there's more that the BMF is wanting to do and to achieve. Secondly, part and parcel of what the ED committee is currently doing in terms of structuring its subcommittees looking at specific sectors. So I'm sure as members you saw that call that we did make a few months ago around participation in those subcommittees that will focus on specific sectors. And obviously we're looking for subject matter people who are in those specific sectors, so they come and serve, and so there's still more that's going to be done in those specific sectors. So that's number 2. And number 3, I've spoken already about the database briefly. And number 4, we will be driving an ED hub as well within the BMF. Number 5 is the Enterprise Development Commission that we will call as the BMF. Probably not this year, probably early next year or so, that we'll make a call. Why the call for a commission, but led by BMF, not government, in partnership with government and other key stakeholders? Because it already was implied today, we almost operate in silos. There's so many ideas around that are in different places, so we want to bring everyone together so that we're able to articulate very clearly what needs to happen, and the lived experience of entrepreneurs is able to flow through that so that the solutions are more